Hello everyone. I thought I might as well actually use my voice to talk to you rather than my keyboard, since I can do that. Since I'm I'm the streamer. Yeah, I think we want the game to be nice and complicated. That's why we play. That's why we play modded. That's why we play space exploration. It's why we play Angel Bobs. All of that sort of stuff. Hey Madman, welcome to the stream, and of course to Nogard and Alexander and Ollie as well, because they were on there on YouTube. We've been talking already. So yeah,
Great,
I think
talking again. Can we mute him?
I can mute you. That might be a good idea. Yeah, I think space exploration are definitely doing something very right. It's a lot of fun, and we're definitely. This is my second time running through it, of course, and yeah, I've enjoyed both times. We are doing Covarex on our uranium, but we're not using any of it for anything yet. Because I'm pretty sure. Yes, we are doing Covarex.
No, we haven't unlocked it.
Oh no, we haven't got
one
enough.
of
We haven't
the
got enough spicy uranium yet. Oh no, sorry, no, we probably haven't got enough spicy uranium, and also we haven't unlocked Covarex yet because it's hidden behind space sciences now. So, yep, not there yet.
I think we have a reasonable amount of spicy uranium.
Oh, do we?
We intend to.
Because the rest of the process has been running for a while.
True. Yeah, we will be doing Covarex once we can, but we can't yet. But I don't think we're actually using uranium for anything yet, apart from using the dull stuff for bullets. So it's not too much of a problem.
Yeah, it's just ammo.
Bang bang.
Good evening, Peter. Yes, doing well. Slightly disorganised, but that's my normal state of being.
Hello,
So
Peter.
we'll see how it goes as we get started. So we are 15 seconds off now. Not long to go. Dun dun dun.
So we've agreed from this point onwards we're going to do no belts, right?
That was the sound of a facepalm.
What I loved watching back the rocket race thing is just your expressions getting slowly and steadily more upset and concerned as you went through. He's doing that into that, and that. I don't know why. Then for me, the personal highlight was it was the bit where you just quietly having said, "Oh God," very loudly and things like that. You very suddenly quietly just went, "Oh no." That for me was the absolute highlight.
I would like to point out though that I did then go through and fix your design. So I followed the design mayhem through sufficiently closely that I was able to go in and sort out the problems with it.
You did, and yeah, I'm still slightly embarrassed that I forgot filters.
Yeah,
all the things like the factory, the oil balancing. I'm like, yeah, fine. That was just a run of the mill cock up.
So
But
what Mike is
filters-
talking about, for anyone who hasn't been following the channel closely enough, is over the weekend we had a race where you had to build a rocket in Factorio, in vanilla, well, mostly vanilla, with creative mod, but without being able to see where any of the resources were going. So you didn't get given any resources until you'd finished your factory. Mike decided to build a cursed abomination using almost no belts, and just using inserters and wagons for absolutely everything. It was horrific, and I encourage you to go and check out the VOD of the stream, because it was whilst it was horrific, it was also quite funny.
It was glorious, and watching Laurence wince was worth it. It was so good.
So what did I... Oh yes, the very important thing I need to do immediately before I do anything else is actually link up all of these warehouses, because I totally forgot to last time. So that goes to there, and to there, and to there. And that'll stop me getting a bajillion of whatever is being requested for the bottom ones. So that's quite important. No, we're trying to do as few barrels as possible. Thank you very much. So yes, I need to do that. There's a this one up here has apparently got a broken filter. There we go. Let's fix that before it's too late. Up here, I need to put in some more belts across here, like that. I can remove this belt over here, like that. Oh yeah, and then it's sort of getting on to actually doing proper build things. So there's also as usual, we do have a to-do list. I haven't really done a proper welcome to the stream, have I? So hello everybody, welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining me today. We are, as you can clearly see, playing a Factorio, and we're playing with space exploration. So there's a spaceship here, and we're playing with Krastorio². So there are data cards in my science labs. This is making things more complicated, more crazy, just generally more in almost every possible way. As you can see, we have finally made it up to space. I've got space science being made at, it's not a particularly fast rate, but I reckon it's probably going to be sufficient, because I think it's going to be a rate we can sensibly keep up for the rest of the run with all of the other science packs as well. So the stream is sponsored by trefoil.be, so check them out if you want to get your if you need a server for some sort of online gaming, like whether that's Factorio or Minecraft or 7 Days to Die or a handful of other things as well. And if you use the code Laurence Plays on checkout, you'll get a free month as well to go with that. And they're doing a competition as well in October where you can potentially win some other stuff as well, like another 3 months free. So now back to our actual game. There are a few more things that need to be done down on Norvis as well, so we'll take a quick look at that. The rocket capsule. Yes, I need to work out why this system here is not feeding rocket capsules in when it's supposed to. It's set to enable when there's no rocket capsules. I've probably screwed up one of the belts, circuits somewhere or something like that. I'll have a look at that in a minute. I think we want to put in productivity modules all over the place, particularly in the steel production. That's not steel. This is steel, particularly in the steel production, because there's not remotely enough iron coming in. It's only getting down to about here.
Iron first productivity.
I don't know, because I don't think the problem isn't with the. I suppose it's with the acid to an extent. The problem isn't, but there's enough throughput that all of the iron furnaces are furnacing away at more or less full speed, and at least some of the belts are full. So actually, there's some gaps in there, so it might help but it's slow. Because it would slow it down so much as well. I think we probably need to do a rebuild of that when we do the beacon rebuild. Then I think we should fill it up with productivity modules. First, I think the steel one should be filled up with productivity modules because it's just slow. It's not, sorry, there's not enough input coming in, and so if we slow all the furnaces down, it'll just mean that more of the furnaces will run. So I think that's probably going to give us more oomph for our productivity modules with that, and actually get some more steel out the other side. Why can't you barrel steam?
Crash landed.
That's a good question. Why can't you barrel steam? Maybe you should be allowed to. Can you imagine a barrel of steam, though? You burn your hands trying to move it around. Rockets are updated in SE. Oh, yeah, Tristan was looking through those. He said we haven't really got to anything that would affect us yet. I don't think I've done anything different with the stream today from that point of view. I've changed my headset over because apparently my microphone was sounding a bit crackly, but I don't think that would affect the latency. Well done, Zomboid. Congratulations on getting caught up. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Yes, Marc's minimalist build was very impressive. It took quite a long time to run, but it was very impressive. Green wire from inserter to silo, possibly. I'll have a look at the... Oh, you might be right, Tickle. I'll take a look at that. Okay, so there's a new navigation view GUI in the new version of Space Exploration. So we'll have to check that out tomorrow. We'll have to check that out next week because it's too late.
New icons, but
okay.
It didn't say anything about a full-on new GUI. But maybe you're just underselling it.
Yeah, sounds like. Okay, well we'll check that out for next week's stream because we're obviously not going to upgrade now because that would be an absolute nightmare while we're live and you'd all have to watch us doing nonsense. Oh yes, you're right. You're quite right because there's a -1 in there. But that was supposed... Yes. Okay, here we go. I think if I set this to is less than 0, then it works because there's a -1 in there that's supposed to be fed through to it. Oh, we're still short some cargo rocket sections. You're broken. This needs to be green as well, I suspect, because there's a load of cargo rocket sections in space. Yes, there's a load of cargo rocket sections in space. So that's breaking that. So if I take a green cable... Give me a green cable. If I link that up with a green cable instead of with a red cable, then that should work. So green is all for... No, that's not going to work either. Hey? I did that wrong. Try that again. Green cable that. There we go. Yeah, so green cable is just what is immediately down here, and for some reason these as well. Oh yes, that's to stop this summoning them. I remember. So yeah, this should now work. We've put in the space capsule, so now we're loading in the sections. Now we're getting the loud noise because we've just built a rocket. We're getting some warehouses brought over, which is interesting. And yeah, here comes the flood of all of the stuff that we need up in space. Right, okay, that seems to be working. I say it in a sort of slightly unsure tone of voice because, you know, it may or may not work. Oh no, you can't. You're right. Can't move this navigation. So apparently the navigation satellite window is now smaller and can be moved around. So you can tidy things up a little bit. That's a nice idea. It is still loading rocket sections. You're quite right. What are you doing? Less than 100. Stop that. Ah,
That'll be because you've got the massive negative number, presumably.
presumably. But I didn't think I'd done that with rocket. No, I haven't done that with rocket sections.
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, maybe I have. I don't know. Let's have a look. Yeah, rocket sections is minus 40. Oh, so it's... Yeah, I've got the net. Why is nothing easy? There's no negative number set by this. But yeah, it's because there's a load of rocket sections in space. So it's getting fed over here. What I need is to read out of this through through combinators, so it doesn't get fed back in and through the network.
Plus zero combinator.
Yeah, exactly.
Like Marc was saying, we should
That's
use for all
annoying,
stations.
but I'm gonna put a couple of those in for now, as a sort of a quick and dirty fix, and then maybe think about it a little bit harder. No, because the problem there is I think. I think it must be the number that... Yeah, it's the number that's being brought down from space.
I was thinking, did I nearly run you over there?
Yeah, because we're feeding the number from this pylon into the input. So yeah, the input side of this combinator. Yeah, that's where the problem is. So yeah, if I can just do this and get just the actual contents of this thing out, then that'll be better. I've got a load of spare cargo sections now. I don't really want to take those up to space. Let's do something dirty and horrible to get rid of them. Oh, this is horrible. There we go. I can use this filter inserter to get them out again. At least there's lots. We've basically got to the point where there's enough of everything in space now, at least, which is nice. Let's take all of those back out again. We've still got problems here. So what I'll do is I'll use this one to do a +0 from what's coming out of here, and this one the same, and then have these linked to the other side of there. Yeah, that should be all right. Now this one says less than 100. The rest of the system is just a little bit broken. I'll come back to this in a moment when I finish talking about other stuff. So yeah, the low density structure town could do with prod mods as well. Low density. What? Oh yes, I want to bring in. Are you doing the bits I just asked for? No, you're not. You're still a bit behind. Right. So what I'd quite like to do is have low density structures being brought up from on the bus. Oh, I've done that. That one's done, so that can be ticked off the list. There's copper mine over here in the east that didn't have output balancing on the warehouse. There we go. So I'll fix that while I'm here as well. So bump, 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 and then you will run if copper ore is greater than 1,000. Actually, these will probably be 100, but never mind. So that will now ensure that these are always kept in balance, even if there isn't sufficient copper flowing in at the back to do that. I don't think these warehouses are balanced. No, take it back. They are balanced. Maybe somebody went out and balanced them, or maybe they just all filled up completely. So that's sorted. Steel and acid are things that I'm going to let other people play with. We quite like to make a module town at some point, and Tristan's going to tidy up and simplify the oil mine setup as well. So those are things people do. Yes, we want to research coal liquefaction and methane ice processing, and perhaps go out and get some methane, and perhaps go out and get some vulcanite. So lots of going out and sorting stuff like that out. Yes, it is. Yeah, fixing cable stuff in Factorio is a lot like debugging code, and not in a good way. It's very, very true. Right, so that goes to there, and then to there, and there. Then we don't have that going to there. We don't have that going to there. We don't have that going to there. We do have it going to there, and that going to there. Right. Okay, so now we can do everything times 1, or and output as everything. Copy, paste. So now all of this should work exactly as it did before, and that means I can now tell this to be enabled when that's equal to 0, because now it's only getting the signal out of the chest, out of the rocket silo, and this one can be insert one less than 100, so that's correct. So we can rotate that back into position and it won't go nuts. This one then has to unload all of those excess rocket parts that were put into there. And we'll just get rid of all of those because, well, that was a colossal nonsense. They should then be taken over to here, but that's not an active provided chest, so I might have to deconstruct this because there probably isn't going to be room in there for all of these because that's a lot more than 40. Yes. No, this is not peaceful mode. We have many biters. They're all out there. They all want to be friends with us. We've got some fairly light defenses, but the main thing we've got as a defense is these things, the air purifiers that are stopping the pollution getting out there in the first place. So if I zoom out a bit, you can see that whilst there's a certain amount of pollution inside the factory, none of it's allowed to leave. We're being very jealous and holding on to all our pollution and not letting the biters have any of it, even though they need it to breed and increase their numbers. This stone mine over here doesn't seem to have any filters, guys. The stone mine I just pinged doesn't seem to have any filters. In fact,
is it on a massively long belt which hasn't got any?
No, it's way out. It's way out west. It's not getting any empty filters, and it's not getting the dirty filters picked up.
Oh yeah.
Yes, yeah, it's down here. There's
The wall drop-off station is active and has a train limit of 1. So there is a train that is waiting at outpost resupply and not coming out here. So something has gone funky there.
that's still loading.
Oh, okay. Maybe there's too many trains trying to go to too many other places then. That's quite possible.
Yeah. I'm going to send that out here now.
Yes, you're quite right, Nogard. The air purifier is a Krastorio thing, and to an extent it makes things a little bit too easy, but also on the flip side it makes things quite easy. So we don't feel too bad about using those. So there we go. I'm going to use the bots to empty that out. They'll take all of those over to there like that. Just like that, and then I can put another one of them in here, and then I can put the chest back in here. That bot's flown off with it, but never mind. By the time it comes back, it'll come back in a minute, and then we can finish unloading here. And then hopefully at some point we'll replace this with an actual blue chest as well, and that'd be nice. Okay, so that sorted out all of those immediate problems, I think. At least until I find another issue. Yeah. Oh right. Yes. Yes. You can actually see the warehouse if you turn off alt mode and lose the massive chunky icons that go over the top of it. Right. So now we can get back up into space. Start thinking about what I was doing up here. So there's a few things I need to do while I'm up here. Let's have a look. So we're making the science over here. Now, in order to do so, we need one of the problems I've been having is that I'm not building the underground belts fast enough because half the underground belts that are being made are going over this way. Well, a third of them are going down here to be made into splitters, a third are coming across here to be made into loaders, and then a third are going up this way. So that was a bad design. So what I'm going to do is extend this a bit further upwards so that we get separate. So I can have separate machines making them for each one of these things. So I'm going to remove all. Oops, stop it. I'm going to remove all of this first and stop making the splitters here. I might carry on just making the loaders here because I don't use those in enormous quantities. So I think that's probably okay. So then up here, I shall have another machine making the underground belts. I shall put down some scaffolding because I need scaffolding. It goes into the chest, not into my inventory. There we go, put that there. Just need some more scaffolding over here like this. And I'm going to need another, I haven't put in enough. Come on, don't do this to me. Right there, like that. And I'll put in another machine there. This is going to make the splitters because that's what I just ripped up and took away, which is that one. So we're going to need to extend the loop pipe up like that, and basically this is just copying all of the stuff I've already got in place. You know, I could actually just use the space belts for this, couldn't I? It's not like we need the speed of the deep space belts anywhere along here for any of this nonsense. Right, there we go. So up here we are going to be using that and that. And that goes in there, yep, and that, and then unload into a red chest. Okay, and we'll limit. Oh, no, I should set limits on all of these things. So I want to logistics network connect we're making splitters here, so I want to say I don't want to have more than 200 splitters. I don't want to have more than, where are we? Okay, so you guys are both doing belts. So here we want to say connect to the logistics network, and belts is less than 1,000 for now. I'll probably have to increase that at some point, but for now 1,000 seems like a good number. And then down here we want to do the similar sort of thing with loaders. So we hook up to the network there, loaders, and loaders. I'm not going to have more than 50 of those at a time. There's no need. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. We're underground. There they are. Wombling free. So connect that one and underground. Underground. Let's say no more than 200 at a time. That should also be all right. Okay, there we go. Sorted. Yeah, the space exploration graphics in general are very impressive, especially now. I know that back in 0.5, quite a few of them were placeholder graphics where he just copied something and then done a palette shift on it. But now he's done put a lot more effort into it in 0.6 and replaced a load of those things. Not that we've actually got to any of those yet, but I'm looking forward to seeing them when we do. I haven't got any of them. Yes, don't fall asleep. Don't fall off the world in space. That's good advice. How we plan to feed all the sciences in? Well, in my last playthrough, I did a sushi belt, and it was kind of awesome. Or at least it was kind of interesting. This time, I don't know. We'll see what we feel like. I think
loaders into it.
We'll probably just have a single belt feeding each resource type into each machine, and then just have the one science lab, because you don't really need more than one science lab, because you can speed module them so hard and productivity module them so hard that one science lab is quite capable of doing everything you could possibly need.
And if we need a second lab, we can just direct insert from the first one, because the first one will get 200 of everything.
Yeah, that's true. That's a very good point, Peter. Thank you for that. I'll fix that problem there. So there we go. The load. There we go. Now it won't break the loader production. Right, now we finally have space pipes being made, and that means I need to put in another roboport over here somewhere, because it just can't even at the moment. So I guess I'll do that as well. Words. Roboport. That one. You are a roboport. I want you to go there, and I can't switch thing. It's over. You know what? I'm just gonna what's the name this entire area, because I'm going to need to fairly soon anyway. So there we go. That's probably far enough out. There we go. Right. So what I'm going to do, so that's moved up that a little bit. Oh, this is still in the way. I kind of wanted to move that up as well, so that I could have a bit more room across the bottom of here. That's going to mean moving the loaders as well, or the loader making machine. Or actually, I could remove this roboport. Oops, that was dumb. I can move this roboport a bit higher up, like this, and put this in here, and use a long inserter like that, and a short inserter like that, and do that, and then remove that, and that, and that. There we go. Much easier. I don't need those. Okay, so that's the reason I've done this now is because this means there's a little bit more room if I need to, if and when I need to run another belt of science or another liquid or something across through here, it's going to be a bit easier. I may need to move that science machine up as well, but it's given me a little bit of breathing room around the bottom here, so I think that's good. Why have you not got anything? What are you sad about? You're sad about steel. Oh yes, I need to extend the steel up here like this. How do I not have any any space belts? That's weird. I'll have to get some of those in a minute. Yeah, so we're going to need that and that. There. Now are we happy? Are you happy? Oh, yeah. You need inserters as well. Now are you happy? Yes, you are. Good. Right. Okay. That'll start working now. Okay. So now I've built this area over here. I can put down another logistics roboport all the way over here like that. Let's link that up with to the electricity network, because it's going to need some power. There we go. Now we can finish off that little bit over there, and now, more importantly, we've now got logistics coverage for this area. The next thing I want to do is put in a machine to make the scaffolding somewhere. So this is taking heat shield tiles, steel, and low density structures. It's almost tempting to put it in up here somewhere, but I think I won't. I will put it in over here, and then bring the belts in again for that, because just I think that's neat. It's neater really, and it means there's more room for expansion than if I decide I need to later. So I want that to make the space scaffolding. Have I got the ratios right there? It's one of each thing, so it doesn't really matter exactly what way I bring them in. Doing them like that is a little bit dumb, because it means I've got the red inserter doing 2 things and the blue inserter only doing 1, which is silly because the blue inserter is faster. So we'll fix that as well while I'm fixing things. Over here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so the top is here, so I'll put that there and there. That's going to be that input, and then we'll have the other one here. It doesn't matter which is which, so I'll bring, I guess, we'll do steel first for no real reason, just because I happen to spot it first and select it. So we'll bring that up like that. As usual, this is going to be a bit of time spent just with me just pulling bits and pieces off the belts. So there's my heat shield tiles. Yes, those are heat shield tiles. So they come off. Well, it'd have to be. Oh, it's here. Yeah, that works. That's nice and convenient. So that then goes up. Actually, here. There's even more space than I thought there was. Put that there then, and that there, and also we need an underground belt in here to stop that having a problem later. Then finally, it was the low density structures, wasn't it, which are up here. Oh, that's quite convenient actually. They're going to be in about the right place. Oh no, not quite the right place. Never mind. Close enough that it's not too difficult to fix. So put that there, and then another belt across there, and that goes there, and come out like that. And there we go. That's going to be everything, just as soon as the bots bring in all of the bits and pieces that I've just requested. So they're over there. We are gradually building the underground belts, but as you can see, they are in rather short supply. At least I think I'm building them. Yeah, here they are. Yeah, it's waiting for the belts to be made here. So I need to wait a little bit for this to build up the throughput. Yeah, but it kind of had to be, because by the time this belt needs to come up. Oh, I'd have to put that in as well actually. But this belt needs to come up in there, and then there just isn't room there. So yeah, I care nothing for your OCD sufferings. I'm going to put this on this side again as well, just because it's nice and easy and neat that way. And it means there's more room on the other side for other things. But yeah, if you have serious OCD, don't watch me playing Factorio. It'll make you cry.
Yeah, don't watch Laurence play Factorio. No one would do anything worse than that. Especially not intentionally.
Right, okay, so how much have I got from there? 150. Let's pull all of this up. I keep doing that in the wrong order, but never mind. Right. Now I can pull this back up again, at least when I can see what I'm doing over all the text saying, yes, you've just picked up a load of nonsense. Let's put all my nonsense in here. Put some of my nonsense in there. Ooh, I haven't got the thing up. Thank you, Caltum. Thank you for the sub. Even though that seems to be off the top of the... Why is that off the top of the screen? Stop that. There we go. Let's put you back on the screen. Thank you very much. Thank you for the sub. I'm very impressed with you, Madman. Oh, it's because I keep pressing things on the trying to do things in game. Oh no, maybe it's not. Oh, I don't know. I'll need somebody else to subscribe so I can check whether I've got the window in the right place now. Is that good advertising? I'm not sure.
I clearly think so.
Yeah, that was terrible. Oh no, I've made an error. Please help me playtest it by subscribing to my channel.
You say that like it's a bad thing.
And whilst I'm at it, I don't know if the donations button works properly.
Oh yeah, you can't trust those donation buttons. Anything can happen there.
Oh dear.
And I've
Right.
got a load of science stuff. I'm stuck on the belts. Stop getting stuck on belts. There we go. Put all that in there.
Hello, Stuck on Belts. I'm Mike.
Who invited him? Oh yeah, it was me.
You
Sorry
did.
about that, guys.
Oh dear. And there hasn't been a moment where you've not been pleased about it.
Yes, please. That's clearly what I am. Yes.
What is
please.
annoying me here is last week I did some calculations about the exact throughput rates I needed for the heat shield tower. I worked out exactly how many stacks of things I could put in each place before it'd be a problem, etc., etc., yada, yada, yada. This
No,
week I've
just
forgotten because I didn't write them down.
Oh, the muppetry.
I have resisted the urge to redesign the entire thing to run off cargo wagons.
Good.
Because
So I should hope so too. Right. So now we are making. Oh no, we're not. What's wrong here? Oh, we're still waiting for that to be made. Still one underground belt short, and then we'll start making the what do you call them? Yes, the space scaffolds. There we go. Now we have all the bits and pieces we need to make those. So that's the sort of the maintenance type things that I had on my list to do after last week. I've fixed up various problems. Oh yes, I wanted to put in a rocket silo down here, which I haven't got enough scaffolding for at the moment. Fly, my pretty, fly. Coop, that's a big brush. Let's not use the brush quite that big. Let's make it about that size. Right, so I'm going to put in, cut that there. Now the problem is, I realised just after I put this in last time and I was fiddling around with it, this is great for loading the rocket control modules and the rocket and the packed rocket parts into there, but I'm not loading any actual normal standard rocket parts in, which is a little bit unfortunate. So I'm going to need a little to tweak this design a little bit, probably by doing that. So I'll put in a filter inserter there. I can go up and across there, and then we'll have an inserter in here that will load whenever. Hang on, I need a cable for that. Will load whenever there's fewer than 100 pieces of rocket in here. So this will allow me to make another rocket that I can use to send all these cargo rocket sections back to the ground, basically, so they can be reused for something vaguely useful. So you are to unload cargo rocket sections like that. You are to probably only actually take out the yeah, let's link that up to there as well. So you only run when cargo rocket sections is greater than or equal to 100. So when this, and then just dump all of that into there as well, because might as well. Right. So this will now, the way this works is now we'll keep outputting the rocket sections from here in standard form. They'll be put into here to build up the rocket. Then when they run out in here, we'll start stacking them in here, and then we'll have stacked ones that we can send back down to Norvis. Now at the moment, yes, sure, we do have a load of stacked ones in here that are being wasted, but I don't care because there aren't enough for it to cause any problems, and the next few rockets that appear will turn them in, will load this up. Now we don't have any way of fueling this rocket at the moment, so this will never actually go back to Norvis, but this is what we call a starting point. And we're going to send that back down to Norvis, and it's not going to take a huge amount. It's only going to take 5.2 thousand fuel to take that back down to Norvis anyway. And hopefully somebody will put down a landing pad for it to land on eventually. That somebody might well be me, but at some point somebody will probably do that. Okay, so that's fixed that as well. We have some other resources in here. Not a huge number of them actually. It seems to be batteries and beryllium, and then stuff that's used for builds. I'll take that though. Not stuff that will go onto a bus. So that's looking pretty good. Not going to update the latest SE version. Oh, it's been chat. Sorry, chat. I got distracted. Astro or other tiers. I think we might have to go for energy first in order to get space trains, and then I think we'll go for Astro in order to get space ships. So just all the space transport stuff, really. Yeah.
Tristan,
Spend
for
3 hours
testing
planning and then
purposes,
build.
can you send a steel train here, please? To the heat shield drop off.
I don't see the fun of playing with somebody else's blueprints. I know you said that somewhat tongue in cheek, but yeah, it's just definitely not the sort of thing I would do, because I mean that's just taking all the fun out of the game. I don't see the interest of playing with someone else's blueprints, because all the design work nonsense is basically the fun of playing the game. So if you just use somebody else's blueprints, then yeah, it doesn't interest me, basically. Put it that way. Not going to upgrade to the latest space exploration version. Should probably put a circuit link on the inserter that puts cargo in from the chest to load only when the rocket is ready. Yes, probably, except that all that's going to happen, all that's being put into this is going to be stacked rocket sections and rocket capsules. So I don't think it's going to actually be a problem. But in the long run, yes, that would need to be linked in. So does the latest space exploration version have a separate place where you can put the rocket section, so you don't need to do all that nonsense? That would be lovely. Aha! Right. Okay. Cool. That sounds fantastic and will be very, very useful. So in case you aren't reading the chat, guys, apparently the latest version of space exploration means you don't puts in filters on the rocket, so you don't have to make sure you get the right. So you can't overfill on cargo and not be able to build your rocket, which is going to be very nice because that's always infuriating when it happens. Oh, and it unfilters them when the rocket's ready. Even better.
Ah.
Neat. Right. So production science is probably going to be my next shenanigan. Production science packs. So that's ironing. Oh, we're going to need iron ingots, guys, and uranium coming up here, and Vulcan. Bloody hell, and machine learning data and plasma stream. Blimey.
Oh,
That's
iron ingots rather than iron plates.
yes. That's quite a big
Those
step
things
up.
we don't even have yet.
We can't even research production science pack yet. Right. Okay. So production science pack requires us to get supercomputers and vulcanite processing and so on. Wow, there's a lot of research has to be done before we can even do production science. And production science is the one that will get us things like I don't know, actually. I can't remember why we wanted production science specifically. Okay, so next thing on the list is vulcanite then. I'm going to add that.
Beacons under there, but
yeah. Oh yes, we did want beacons, didn't we? Oh, and coal
that's
liquefaction.
sort of slightly useful, but not critical.
Where's methane? Oh, methane.
No,
Ice
we want the
processing.
other one, don't we? For the logistics system.
Oh, you mean the other science pack? What's it called?
Yeah, utility.
Utility is utility is gated behind getting cryonite, which we've researched but we haven't got, and also computers and data cards and stuff like that. Right. So yes, we need to make the decision whether we want to go for utility science in order to get full logistics, and start getting a little bit of rocket improvements, and then we can get them from there. We can get bio and material science, or we can go for production science. Which is gated behind vulcanite and allows us to get astro and energy science, which are the ones we actually want, and also iridium and other stuff, shenanigans.
We're going to need the cryonite stuff anyway for coolant, presumably, or do you not need?
You don't need cryonite until very late tier coolant. Sorry, there is a later tier recipe that uses cryonite for coolant that is a little bit more efficient. But no, for the basic ones, you just need the coolers. Railgun turrets from here as well. So yeah, it's basically do we want the full logistics stuff, which we don't need that much, especially as we found a few.
No.
Or
if energy and astro are in the other one.
Yeah, energy and astro are behind production. Oh no, sorry, no, they're behind both. I think they're probably all behind both. Looking at this. Sorry, it was showing up on the screen.
Just make both then.
Yeah, I think we will. Yes, they're all four are behind both. Yes.
But no, God, there isn't a correct way of doing it. It's all what you want.
Oh yeah, yes, very much so.
I think that's probably the order I did it as well. For 0.5.
Blue, purple, yellow, green. Yeah, probably. Yes, astro, energy, material, bio. Bio is definitely last, and I think yes, I did astro first. Although I did wide rather than deep, so I did tier 1 of all 4 of them, then tier 2 of all 4 of them, tier 3, tier 4. Whereas this time I think we might do energy 1 and then astro 3, but we'll see how that goes. Apparently we can have beacons without vulcanite. Let's citation needed. Let's check on that. Because beacons will be quite beacon. Where is beacons? Oh, you a beacon? No, yes, you're a beacon. It's under
They're
effective
behind
transmission, right?
Vulcanite processing.
No, it's behind. Yeah, you need vulcanite processing research to do it. You might not actually, and you need pyroflux smelting research to do it. Because for production science, you need to be able to make. You need to be able to make iron
Ingots.
ingots, and iron ingots requires pyroflux process smelting, I believe. So actually, well, you might not need to go and get vulcanite itself, but you'll need to use the pyroflux, which is sort of vulcanite, but you get some of it from core mining. So yes, we might not actually need to go off to a vulcanite planet to get that one going. Everything everywhere all at once. Yes, that's a good way of doing it. Pylon substations. True, pylon substations are very, very useful. They do make life a lot easier when you're building. I can't remember what they're behind though. I'll have a look in a second.
I just realised I had my microphone muted and I'd been happily
Energy
chatting
2,
away.
Laurence.
Energy 2. Okay. So
And Astro 1. But
okay. So and yeah. And they're
I
quite
suspect
nice.
someone will be going Astro and focusing on that, and someone else will push energy forwards a little bit further as Astro progresses to 3.
Yeah. So at the moment, my plan of attack is still going to essentially be I need to do production and utility sciences. It seems to be fairly irrelevant which way round I do them. If anyone has a preference, do say. But we're gonna have to wait until we've got the pyroflux smelting up and running anyway. So because I'm going to need the iron ore, so I'm quite tempted to head off to that methane asteroid belt and start looking at digging up some methane ice and seeing what and basically having a look, see what it's going to take to turn that into oil products, because then we don't need to then we can stop barreling lube to bring it up here, and we can just make
Seems worthwhile.
make all that up in space. So
If there's no incentive either way, the utility gets us logistics. If that's the only thing we have.
Okay. I'm going to be doing them
interest.
both in fairly quick succession. Actually, let me have a look at the
Yeah.
recipe for utility science while I'm think of it. That one. Yes, utility science packs. That requires cryonite rods. So we're going to have to go off and get some
cryonite
cryonite.
versus vulcanite.
Well, no, because I don't think the other one technically doesn't require vulcanite. It requires a bit of pyroflux for the smelting, and we have a bit of that already. We don't have very much of it, so we probably we'll need to get vulcanite in order to do lots of it, but not a huge amount. There is a handful of there is some vulcanite and some cryonite that we found in space as well, so that you could get a start with it from using that. Peter points out that the methane thing is a bioprocess. You're quite right. I should definitely have a look at that. Caladrian is suggesting we should ask Madman about to offer an opinion, because he's probably got one.
Touche.
No Guard is role playing in that, saying the guys on the space station are requesting another 1,000,000 barrels of lube. What the hell are they doing up there?
Yeah.
He's on his own as well.
Yeah, well, you're on your own, you get lonely.
Yep. And then you go slightly space crazy and start asking for things like 1,000,000 barrels of lube.
Yeah, lube. Right, so methane ice, you can put it in a delivery cannon. That's not what I meant to click. There we go. So you can also turn it into gas. That requires methane ice processing, which is a tech we can probably do. Then you can take that and you can put it in a barrel. I don't care about putting it in a barrel. What else can you do with it? You can put it in a barrel, sure. You can do that. I don't care about that. You can turn it into processed fuel. You can turn it into here we go. Turning it into crude oil is a growth facility. I think that's the one I'd need. So growth facility is actually it's not a bio research. It's a the red one. That one, production science. So production science might allow me to get methane processing, and that'll turn it into
That
crude
sounds
oil.
like a valid reason.
Yeah, so production science might be the one to go for. I can't find out what's needed for it from here. Let's get back to FNEI. Prod Sci that's the iron ingot one. Mike, are you busy?
Hi. Who's asking?
My supply request for iron ingots is asking. Although that said, there is a lot of research that needs to be done before we can get that. So I'm going to take that one off for now because it's gated behind other things. I'm going to request biochem facilities. I'm going to request data cards. I'm going to request thermal radiators, and then I'm going to stop requesting things because the queue's full.
Tristan.
Yep.
How good is the
Is Mike?
ghost train system?
I'm currently setting it up to collect stuff when it's over delivered, but the delivery stuff is all working fine.
Excellent.
Oh yeah, Mike's
No more
doing
questions, Your Honour.
the what do we call it? Heat shield tiles. That is actually a useful thing. So I'm not going to complain too much about him getting on with that because that he is doing a useful. So I would feel
Yeah.
I know. I feel weird about it too.
If you leave stuff as ghosts, but everywhere is covered by roboports, or has roboports that will then cover everywhere and power for them, it will just magically build itself.
Yeah, it mostly work.
Yeah, we're working reasonably well without having the logistic stuff. It's not vital, to be honest. And the sort of well, it's not vital, and the few places where it's actually very, very useful, like here and here, we've got a few of them that we just happen to find lying unwanted on a spaceship, then we've borrowed. So yeah, whilst it would be useful to have proper logistics, full logistics, what we've got is sufficient, kind of, mostly. Oh look, that train's getting electrocuted. Zzzt. Right. Well, given all of that, I'm not sure what to do next. I think probably what to do next is going to be let's make more space science, because that's what's limiting us. I think, to be honest, I think the problem is actually that it is the main thing is artillery is a 1,000 science pack project, whereas all of these that's not so vital. That's 250, that's 100, that's 100, that's 100, that's 100, and that's 100. So we'll do all of these quicker than we do artillery. I'm going to bump insert a capacity bonus off the list because I don't think that's that vital. Any objections?
It was one of the other things I'd noticed we'd have available as tier 5 one, but
Yeah,
I think it's not critical at the
it would be
moment.
nice to have, but there is other stuff that is more important, so we can get these production science packs up and running. I think is the way
Yeah,
I'd look at it. So I'll
I'd
get
add
that.
it to the end of the queue if you're not adding anything else.
Sorry,
Oh,
I'm
you
adding
are adding
anything
other
else.
things.
There's about 3 more things that are needed to get to production science as well. So at this point, we're essentially going through and researching all of the machines that do stuff in space. So a thermodynamics facility is basically a space smeltery. We're getting the biochem facility, which is a space chemical plant. We're getting actually we're researching data. Why do we need data cards for making production science? That seems a bit random.
For the computer, maybe? No,
Maybe, but yeah,
it
yeah.
doesn't take them. It does stuff with them, though.
Oh, do
So
I need?
maybe you need them
Hang
to
on.
figure out
It was
what.
prod science, wasn't it? Let's have another look at that. Prod science. Oh, it takes in machine learning data. So yes, it does take in data
Okay,
cards.
fair enough.
I might be going to drop back down to Norvis to make some of the stuff for this. I think because we're going to want to make the data card substrates on the ground, at least assuming the recipes are the same as they are in 0.5. Data cards, rough data storage substrate is made on the ground, or can be made on the ground. So we probably should. And then the processing of that is done in space. So same as 0.5. So it's worth doing that on the ground just so we can prod mod it because it's expensive and pack it together. Yeah, well, the other possibility is we send Marc out to go and get vulcanite. We send Tristan out to go and get cryonite. Mike can carry on building up the refineries, and then I can go out and get methane. So that's a possibility. I don't know how busy they are though, but it's certainly a possibility. What's our naming convention for signal transmitters? Nothing particularly deep and weird. I can't see my signal transmitter. There it is. This one's called From Norbit. So it does what it says. So I'd say it's logical and meaningful. But yeah, I did
Because we
originally
were
when I
moving a
first started
forest.
playing. I think I just numbered them all because I didn't realize you could give them names because it wasn't obvious at the time. Now it is a lot more obvious, and somebody told me as well. Yeah, so I think we are going to need vulcanite and cryonite. So I think those are probably going to be the next things to do. What do people fancy?
I have no strong feelings one way or the other.
I can head out to do one of those in a bit.
I didn't listen.
Would you like to go out and do either or both? Oh, that's fives don't. Either or both of going and getting some cryonite or some vulcanite.
I'll go have a look at some cryonite.
I would like to do artillery ammo and trains first. But if there is a urgent need for it, I can do it.
There is a fairly strong need for it, but it's not exactly urgent yet. And yeah, if you're already in the middle of something, then by all means carry on with that.
Okay, then I'll finish
That's probably
my
a sensible
oil
thing to do.
upgrade here and then look at the vulcanite.
Okay. Yeah, and that's going to mean doing that sort of thing is going to mean putting together another rocket silo, and then loading it up with all the stuff that's needed for outposts, etc., etc., etc. It's all fairly obvious stuff, though. I'm sure you'll be fine doing it. Did we install that thing that was going to? Yes, we did. Excellent. Empty. Now I can make a new set of requests that's all the space junk that I want. Space junk. Some of that. Some of that. Some of that. Some of them. Yeah, so I'll turn that on as well. There we go. And them. And probably them. And I'm going to need pylons as well. So I don't know if I've actually got any of these up here, but I'm going to start requesting them anyway, just because it'd be nice to have them available. And then I shall save. There's a save thing here? Yes. Space requests. This is going to be really handy, being able to switch back and forth between whether I have my Norvian requests or my Spacian requests in my logistics stuff, just at the push of a button or two.
Wait, that's the thing?
Yes, it's part of the
Ah.
logistics request manager.
There
Oh,
it
that
is.
one needs to be a long one. Oops.
See, I would quite happily have a combat setup and a non-combat setup.
For your logistics requests.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, when I'm going out fighting biters, I was taking, 2k, 3k, 4k ammo with me. I
Yeah.
don't want that in my inventory normally, but I also don't fancy setting all that up and then bringing creep back to where you need space. So I was emptying my inventory out of everything.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yep.
Fair enough.
Yeah, well, live and learn.
Yeah, there's hope. Might not be too much going out and doing manual combat from now on, because we've got artillery and massive quantities of turrets.
Yep. That's the hope. I think it's about 16 hours of combat. It might be a few more than that.
You have done a lot of fighting, which is part of the
Yeah.
course. Pipes, that's a very good idea. I should add pipes to this as well. Good thinking. I'll put that up here with belts, because pipes are basically belts but for fluids, so that seems like a reasonable addition. And you know what else would be really, really useful to always have in my, make sure I've always got in my inventory? These things, life support cans. Now I've got loads of them at the moment, which is fine, but having oh no, I should auto trash the dirty. Maybe I shouldn't auto trash the dirty ones. I'll put in a machine to clean them out for me.
Is anyone else still not responding?
Yes.
I just had a look at a planet.
Oh,
there we
okay.
go. So
Okay,
it's now
there we go.
responding again.
Right, okay.
Fine.
That's what happens when
Okay,
we let Tristan generate planets.
I will warn people.
Oh, that's slow.
It's
Oh, yeah.
generating the initial part.
Stop generating your parts. What have we told you?
Okay, it's spinning up again. There we are.
Yeah.
Yes, but in single player, you don't really notice that because you're actually looking at it as it goes.
Yeah.
No, I noticed it as well. Even though I was
Fair.
looking at it.
Yeah, I mean, as in, like, you're looking at it whilst it's doing that, though.
Oh. It takes cosmic water to clean out a dirty life support pack. Right, so Lucy... Oh no, you can do it in... life support. I see. If you do it on the ground, you can do it in a life support facility and it just takes water to clean it. If you do it in space, it takes decontamination facility and you have to use cosmic water, and it produces contaminated cosmic water and contaminated biosludge. Lovely.
That makes a level of sense to me.
Yes,
Just doing things in
maybe.
space is just harder.
Yeah. What do we do with contaminated biosludge apart from put it in barrels? Yeah, I haven't got. So I suppose I'm going to need to set up everything to do this in a decontamination facility. We haven't got the decontamination facilities for this. Have we even researched decontamination facilities, or are these ones I just found? No, we haven't. No, we have researched them. We can make decontamination facilities.
Good news. I've cleared out a planet
Oh,
of
well
biters.
done. Did it have a 0
Do
threat
you mean
rating?
it
when
had
we
0
started?
threat and you
No,
just
it
scanned
had a
off?
7% threat rating.
Did you scan it and it had nothing on there?
Maybe.
Ha ha!
I'm looking for 7s. That's not that one. Not that one.
Draket.
Oh,
That's
there's.
why there's a
Oh,
bunch
that's why
of
that's
text
a
at
0.
the bottom of the screen saying Draket.
Oh yes, I was not looking at that.
We've established that Laurence doesn't read that.
Oh, the core seam has
They look
got
different,
blue
yeah.
things poking out of it because it's a cryonite planet. Nice.
There's not a ridiculously small number of core points on this. However, it's a small planet.
So you won't get a great
So
deal out of each of them. Yeah. I say.
I think
Yeah.
that's at least for a starter worth going to, because that's a moon of Norvis, I think it was. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I think that's definitely
Rather
worth going
than
for. I'd say
Snowdrop.
go out there with a load of greenhouses, put up some Marc special power plants, core
Yeah.
mine it up the wazoo, and then we can decide what we want to do with the core fragments after that.
Yeah, I'll
Oh,
also set up some mines on the
yeah, that's probably worth
what's
doing.
the
Set
name?
up some delivery cannons as well, because I think. Oh, have we researched delivery cannons?
Yeah,
Yes.
I think so.
So we have. Awesome. Yeah, so we're going to go nuts with delivery cannons. I know Marc was threatening to make a fire and forget blueprint for just building delivery cannon capsules and just making it out of core chunks. So that's going to be good. Yeah, I think that makes sense. And then we can then just cannon anything that's left over from that. So it's going to be sort of any extra core chunks and all the bits that come out of the chunks as well. The only problem is going to be the fluids, but I guess we can vent those if we have to. But it'd be better not to. I suppose we could barrel the. Actually, no, we're not gonna. Oh no, yes, we are. We could barrel the oil. No, we will want the oil for making the delivery cannon capsules because you need explosives. The liquid, the pyroflux, we'll need to do something with, and the mineral water we'll need to drink. Yeah. Right. Yes. Let's get these decontamination facilities being built. That's a thing. Then I can start make it, and then I can start. Yeah, I can start processing all my basically turn my everything I exhale into some sort of green goop that we can use for other things in the future. So making a a decontamination facility that can be made in an assembly machine. So I'll do that because I'm not going to need very many of them. It uses mostly boring stuff, but it does also use space pipes. So we'll do that. Do you think pipes are going to end up being a thing that goes into lots of buildings? I have a feeling they are, and they're relatively complicated to make. So I'm very tempted to put them on the bus, even though that seems weird.
Laurence,
Tristan,
for the launch site, the radar's supposed to be hand-fed.
radars. So hang on, what?
So I can't see where they're fed in.
Yes, I think they are hand-fed. Yes, because they were a million miles away, and I couldn't be bothered to rebuild them. That was one of the sort of things the hand. Yeah, so it launched. My brain has gone to sleep. What am I trying to say? So yeah, when you say launch site, do you mean for making launch silos, or
Yeah.
do you mean okay? Yes, yeah, I think it was, but yes, that was they did have to be hand fed because you only need about a very small number of them. So I think I decided it was probably okay to do it like that. Spidertrons, yeah, we'll have Spidertrons eventually. Cosmic water, yes. Cosmic water is going to mean sending more lube. Having the biosludge will be very useful, yes. Anything deals with fluid needs, yeah. So I think yes, there's going to be a lot of machines we have to make that's going to need these. So I'm gonna, yeah, I think having them on the bus is going to be very worthwhile. Exactly, no guard. Hey, persistent, welcome. That's a good question. What have you missed? We've been
Systems.
there's been quite a lot of head scratching and thinking and generally trying to decide what we need in order to get everything going. I've freed up a little bit of space over here. Oh yes, we've been debating. I'm going to say debating because it actually wasn't an argument over what order to do science and going off and finding other resources and shenaniganry. That doesn't need to be there. That needs to be there. Other sort of things like that is. So we now need to go after production and utility science. Those are basically the next two. We decided to do production because it gets us more toys. Utility only really gets us the full logistics setup. So there's more interesting stuff behind this one. But this is basically going to mean we're going to need to have words. We're going to need to start thinking about cryonite and vulcanite. So that's the current plan. It's a very good question because I'm untidy. There we go. I'll put it in the right place. So what did you need? You're going to make them. So it's big electric motors, processing units, low density structures, and space pipes. How long do you think I'm going to remember any of that for?
No comment.
I've remembered most of it, but I've forgotten the last one. Oh, and it's blue circuits. I remember the whole thing. Ha! In your face.
I'm impressed.
Where are blue circuits? There are blue circuits. Oop, too much. Ah, this isn't going to fit. Never mind. We'll just have to do that and upset people. So that can go like that, and then we'll just check another piece of belt there. There we go. Nice. So up here, we now do the standard that. Oh, thank you for the subscription, Levin. Much appreciated. Thank you. And the text looks to be in about... Actually, it's a bit too far down. I'll move that back up again a little bit. There we go. That looks better. And then we have an output on the other side. I'm running out of inserters, of all things. That seems to be a thing I do not have on my shopping list. You are full.
Are we currently making speed modules in any serious quantity anywhere?
We're making tier 1 speed modules in very high quantities because they're needed for one of the research packs. So feel free to go down and steal from there.
We are also making tier 2 production and speed, but I used like a lot of them for refinery upgrades.
There's 900 speed in there, tier 2.
Oh, okay.
Where is that?
Just requested.
All that.
That's on the... Yeah.
To be fair, for that many, flying over might be quicker. Especially as he'll have to train down. No, he won't. I don't see where he is.
There we go.
There he is.
Is there anything else I'm going to need while I'm up here? Oh yes, pylons. For now, at least. Eventually we'll move on to the really big, scary pylons. But yes, for now I definitely need a couple of hundred of them. And I might as well just order a couple of hundred. It's not like there's any reason not to. A couple of hundred of them. Right, there we go. And let's have a quick look down on Norvis to make sure that is actually being brought over properly by the bots. Because that's Mike. That's not a bot. Well, it's kind of a bot. So here we have yes. All of these are all of these have gone orange, so they are. It's all being brought over. Excellent. Yes. Bot prime shipping being brought over by drone. Exactly.
Mark, while you're there, could you grab a green chest out of the left-hand storage warehouse, please, and put it down?
Sure. Just put it down?
Yeah, because then I can copy it.
Okay. Yep, Vulcanite's definitely
Thank
good.
you.
We're going to need that for a lot of the stuff we're doing. Ooh, I've made one already. Let's put that there. Plunk. Right, I now have 2 decontamination facilities, which is nice. I don't feel that the decontamination facility really needs to be put onto the bus. It should be. It's one of those things that should be elsewhere, and then will need to be expanded out massively in the future. But for now, and will be put on the train system. So actually, Yeah, because we're not going to be doing bio off this bus, are we? Because we're going to have got trains before we start trying to do anything biological. So I think, yes, if I build a little self-contained bio decontamination degrossinating facility, then over here at the side, then we can just let that tick away on its ball. Oh, it's going to need the cosmic water though, which is down here, and not on the bus for reasons. Okay, let's put this onto the bus. This is kind of awkward because this is going to be where all the belts from there came. But if I just remove this one, then I'll remember. Hopefully, that'll remind me not to use that space.
Marc,
Yes.
do you have any comment for the 40 megawatts versus 70 megawatts blueprints, other than they produce different amounts of power?
Clues in the name.
Yeah, I'll read the description. They are different as where to place them when you like do a tileable setup. If you place many of them, otherwise they don't care.
Okay, so you're not advising using one rather than the other.
No, not at all.
Okay.
We've not updated to the latest version of SE. No, it came in. We didn't realise quite how much of a difference it was going to make, but we plan to have a big upgrading frenzy before the next stream, where we'll upgrade to the latest version of Factorio and the latest version of Space Exploration and anything else that needs to be upgraded as well. Because we're using a remote server, upgrading is a little bit more of a faff than it would otherwise be, because we need to make sure we go in and do it on the server as well. But yeah, we'll probably get that done before next week's stream. That's the current plan anyway. And you know, plans. We always follow through on our plans. If I run out of bots, or no, I've run out of. Oh, I've run out of steel. Ah, as is always the way.
It is the way.
It's not. Doesn't appear to be Mike's fault for once.
What?
I know. I was surprised too.
Yeah.
The rocket isn't. Oh, it's because the rocket's still not. It isn't filled up. The rocket's probably got all of the steel in it, and it just isn't full. So. Let's come over here and increase the amount of steel I'm requesting, because it's clearly not enough. 8,000, please. There we go. What am I checking again, persistent? I'm definitely out of... Yeah, I'm definitely out of steel. Okay, well, there's 8 left on this piece of belt here, but basically I'm out of it. Oh, it's not Mike's fault. Yeah, you're probably right. It probably is. There's probably somehow it is probably still Mike's fault. I'm not quite sure how, but I think we should find a way to blame him anyway. I also forgot to.
Oh yeah, if it's not my fault, then something's gone horribly wrong, isn't it? Yeah. It's a given.
How many have I made? 20. Oh, that's not too bad. Only slightly overkill what I wanted. Yeah, it's true. If Mike hadn't done what he did, then we would probably have found that the rocket took off a little bit sooner. I wouldn't have had, because all the supplies would have arrived a little bit quicker or something like that. So yeah, it seems reasonable. But there we go. There's a nice half belt of steel being flowing into it. Why is it half belt? This is. Oh, there's one. Oh, there's a few little bits of. You know, given we're getting through the. No, not that one. No, don't do that. That was meant to be an upgrade planner. There we go. Not a deletion planner. There we go. If I make all of these little bits hit across here red, then we'll get the steel through twice as quickly. And I think given the amount of steel we're getting through, compared to the amount of coal we're getting through, I think this will be a big help. There is. That said, I only ordered another 3,000, and that's only this much. Rockets are almost too big. If they were half the size and used half the fuel, then they'd fill up twice as quickly.
If you half fill it, it'll only use 3/4 of the fuel.
Yeah, but that does feel pretty wasteful.
Agreed.
No, we'll leave it. It is 43, 431, 432 stacks used at the moment. So it is filling up. I just don't think it's just not going to get to completely full unless I request some more stuff. And I don't have any ideas at the moment of what I'm particularly short of. Well, I could see what there's lots of in here. There's lots of low density structures, and those don't stack very well. So I could get some more of them because that's something I'm always going to need more of. Yeah, because everything up in space seems to use low density structures as well. So let's have a look how many of those I'm ordering. 6,000. Excuse me. 6,000 is quite a lot. Let's make it 8. Not getting a great deal of stone. I'll have some more of that as well, because stone's cheap. It'll do to just fill stuff up. Okay, Peter. Well, sleep well. And yes, there's I believe Marc is currently working on the artillery. I'm sure he's getting on quite well. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, sleep well, and I'll catch you in a future stream whenever that happens to be. I haven't limited this either, actually. I probably should. I mean, we want a lot of scaffolding, but I should probably at least put a limit on it. Of, like, 4,000, probably? Seems like a lot, but we get through a lot of it. I mean, especially when I do things like this and go, can I have this much, please? It's a lot. And we have a coronal mass ejection coming in 3 hours. That's going to be fun. Meteor defenses seem to be working quite nicely, though. Okay, so what I'm tempted to do actually is come over here and just pick up some of this, because that way I'll be able to lay down some of the stuff that's missing, and I can replace it later. And that way, at least I can start building what I want to build, and just have a bit of a gap where the stuff I don't care so much about goes. There we go. Fill in all these gaps up here. Yeah, perfect. What could possibly go wrong?
Are you supposed to be ordering a huge number of inserters?
I'm ordering a reasonable number of inserters, but not sort of hundreds, but not.
I assume you're ordering 400 of each.
Yes.
Because your system isn't working then, because the contents of the rocket aren't being subtracted off the requester chest.
Right. Okay.
Oh, now it's working now that it's launching.
That's weird.
Which
When it
doesn't quite make sense.
When it launches, it should be worse. Oh no, when it launches, everything gets cut off. Green multiplied by 1. Oh, I fed it into there. That should be fed into over here. Yep, I see what I've done wrong. So that shouldn't go to there. That should go to there, I think, because then it'll be a negative number. Will be added on. No, these are already negative. No, that was right. No, it wasn't. Yeah, I think that's right. I think that's probably right now. Yes, because this needs to be multiplied by -1 in order to subtract from the requests in here. Yeah. Okay. Yes, it's fixed now and should be correct. And the chest is now not requesting anything, so it looks like it's probably. Oh, the chest won't request anything until the rocket's been built. Here comes the rocket.
Yeah, you're just hogging all of the red and blue inserters.
Sorry. It's only ordering smaller numbers of them now. I think. Oh, maybe if I look up here. Did I? Ah, yes. That needs to be. That really. No, they are all yellow chests. So where they're ending up should be on the system. So. But yeah, you're right. We still have a request for a number of those inserters that isn't then being subtracted over.
No, it's dropping now. So the rocket part is working.
Yes, you're right. Yeah, I suspect maybe I didn't get all the inserters I asked for. I'll go over and have a quick look. Maybe there weren't enough in storage.
Down here, no, we're making them on demand, and we don't have enough inserter parts.
Oh, okay. Right, so yes, I have just I basically requested all of the inserters, so I've got lots up here now, thank you. But yes, it looks like the system is working now. But yes, I've just demanded them all, so sorry about that. I didn't realise there was such a shortage of them down there, or I'd have gone for a slightly more sensible number.
Can you drop it by 100, please?
Well, I've got virtually all of them now, but yeah, okay. I'll halve it to 200. That's probably fair.
Yep, it's not requesting any anymore.
Good. How many hours we put? We're 45 hours into this save, not including the time it takes me to make videos. And bear in mind, there's 4 of us, so in a way, you could argue that we're 180 hours in. Depends how you look at it. Oh, enjoy your coronal mass ejection, Madman. Oh no, you've got I blew everything up. F in chat for Madman, everybody. Sorry to hear that. You'll have to post some nice screenshots of everything getting absolutely wrecked. How did I set the inserters to only insert some specific items after those ones have been delivered up there? So, do you mean these ones across here, Andras? If so, these are linked up to a combinator here, which looks at what's in this chest and says insert everything over there, unless it's one of these things, which all have massive negative numbers on it. Then it passes it over to these where it sets the filter, and so these will pass through anything that isn't on. Basically, they'll pass through anything that's in this warehouse but isn't on this list. So that means these things all end up staying in this warehouse, but anything different gets passed onto here. Then here we've got another list, so anything that isn't a science pack gets passed onto here, and then anything that isn't one of these raw materials gets passed onto here, and so on. And eventually it'll make its way down and down and down and down until we've got everything's down where it belongs. How are you getting on with rocket parts? Not very. Okay, never mind. Don't care. Good. This is now building again. We've got pipes dribbling through as well. Yeah, unlucker indeed. Thank you, Andres. I was quite pleased with that design when I came up with it.
Now.
Excellent.
Ooh, nice,
Cool.
lovely. Feel free to upgrade everything, although I have to admit I don't. Yeah, I don't know. It's at least at least feel free to at least go around upgrade things that are running slowly, I suppose. Decontamination facility cannot be placed on land. Yes, that is the right one. So this goes up here, obviously. Is going to be doing the taking of the gunk out of the life support canisters recipe, and it's going to be making clean canisters and 2 types of gunk, for want of a better word. So I'll do that, and then I'll have to do something with that as well. Then after that, what do you use to fill up the new life support canisters? So you can take an empty life support canister. You can do it in a life support facility, fine. You can do it in a life support facility with a fish, fine. How do you? Oh. To fill up a life support can in space requires a Christmas tree, and Christmas trees are some way off in our research thing at the moment. Great. So we're doing that now.
Sorry, it requires a Christmas tree.
Yeah, the genetics facility is a Christmas tree. Have you looked at the picture of the
Oh, right, okay. No, I haven't. Fair enough. That I was going, that is really weird. Okay, fair enough. That makes a bit more sense.
Yeah, they're totally Christmas trees. I can't see any of them on here at the moment, so they're bleh. Oh yes, there's a Christmas tree. It possibly doesn't actually look that much like a Christmas tree, but it kind of does a little bit, and it looks enough like one that I started calling them Christmas trees, and have done so ever since, and probably won't stop.
Fair enough, I suppose.
I thought so.
Yes. Moving on.
That's a dumb place to put that. So now if I get rid of those, the bot should automatically take them to put them in there. Perfect. Good. So now I can auto trash those without them going into somewhere stupid, and I can feed them into there. And this is also going to need the cosmic water that I was doing earlier. So that's going to be an underground pipe from here, like this, all the way down here, like so. And then a couple of pieces of pipe in there, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we need a 9 long pipe, and then another single, like that. That's supposed to be cosmic water, but isn't, because I haven't linked it in up at the top. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. There we go. So now cosmic water flows around here, up here. This will now work once I put this pipe in. that there like that. Now, okay, so this will now work. It'll clean those out, but we're going to have a supply of these goops forming. So for the time being, I'm going to just hoard them in tanks and then decide what to do with them later, because that's what you do with random goop, isn't it? Maybe I'll put a tank on this side actually. There we go. Unfortunately, having the empty canisters isn't going to be useful because I don't have the facilities to deal with them yet. So that's going to come later. I'm going to have to put in another, probably a biochem facility up here that will then do the sorry, not yeah, genetics facility. That's a weird thing to be using. That will take some more cosmic water. It'll flow up the side here. That'll be fine.
It still uses the life support one. You just need that research for the biomass.
So, oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. So I need to get I'll need to get biomass from somewhere, which is going to be fun. Bioculture and nutrient gel probably. So this is going to be a faff to get these things to start behaving. But actually, I don't want that there. I don't want that there. I'm going to put it back over here again. Let's just waste a load of gunk, right? But at least I'm making some gunk that I can use later. Hey, Zayden and Frederick. I could put the science packs in the top warehouse. I'm not rebuilding that much, and there's a lot of stuff in. Well, okay, there's a lot of stuff in this one because it's mostly lube barrels, but there's a lot of stuff in these warehouses, so swapping them over is going to be a bit of a hassle. So I'd rather not if I can possibly avoid it. The first generation space base will be a main bus, yes. Afterwards, we will be upgrading it to a towns based one once we have space trains, because at the moment we don't have space trains, so we can't do that. But once we can, we will. No, coal and water is the ground based recipe for refilling the life support tanks. If you want to do it in space, you need a Christmas tree. Yeah, so I can't refill them at the moment. There are 3 recipes to make the life support canisters. There's this one that happens in a life support facility, and therefore can only be done on the ground. I'm pretty sure. A life support facility can't be placed in space. Let me just check that though before I don't see it saying it anywhere actually, but then... Oh no, life support facilities can be put down in space by the looks of it. Oops. Okay. Perhaps. That's I'm confused though. Actually, I'm actually not sure now. So let's see. The assembly machines say cannot be placed on space platform or spaceship because they're ground ones. Fine. The life support facilities also don't say anything. Right. Okay. So I think I need to request a life support facility or 3, and do it with that. So yeah. Does that mean I didn't need the decontamination? Let me check what the other part of this was. So making the empties is done like from the dirties. No, making those. Oh, okay. I don't actually need the decontamination facilities at all. All right, I done goofed. It turned to, yes, okay. I don't need to do that this way, but this is going to get me some sludge that is going to be potentially useful later on. Yes, I could just use the life support facilities straight through. Oops. Do I have any of those up here already that I'm not aware of? Not in there. I've got 1 life support facility. Okay. Well, since I've already put in the first part of this, let's put this in up here like that. Feed the cans through into there, and you are going to refill my cans by using water and coal. Normal water though, not cosmic water. That's very in the way. Put it there, like that. Put the box back in it, please. There we go. Right, this is getting a little bit spaghetti. Sorry about that. Is that enough? Is that enough for 15?
If you want spaghetti, have a look at what I'm doing.
I'm not sure I want that much spaghetti.
I promise there are 0 cargo wagons involved this time. And 0 cars as well.
Oh, you're learning.
Oh yeah. Nice.
Right, so this actually just needs to come down to here. 1, 2, 3, 4,
Lovely hex,
6.
is it?
I'll have a look in a second. I'm just finishing off this pipe and enforcing everybody to wait to see your ugliness.
Going
All right,
for speed.
what has Mike done?
Yeah. And I'm not finished.
I mean, it's a little untidy, but it's not that bad. I'm not sure it's quite how I'd have built something, but it's not awful. I think you're no, I think you're underselling it. It's okay. Yeah. I assume you're referring to the heat shield area, are you?
No.
Oh, what are you actually doing? Where are you? I can't see you.
Picking up lots of processed fuel.
Yep. Hang on, give me a moment. Brain is processing. I want to go there, there, from there, and there.
Oh, I see. You're trying to expand the iron ore processing.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. I think because you put speed modules in everywhere. Oh, and you're squeezing it in up the middle of it also to get that to fit in. Okay, so it's a let's go and hacks in a dirty upgrade by filling everything up with speed modules and then so all the machines will run at about double speed. Double speed.
Yep. Well, plus 60%. Is it 60 or is these ones 90?
Or is it? Oh yeah, 90%. Yes.
Yeah. Bottom, the chemical plants are 90. The
Top one's
industrial plants
60,
are only
yeah.
60. Yeah.
Okay, so you're getting an increase in throughput. I mean that's probably it's okay given that we know we're going to be ripping it all up and replacing it with vulcanite smelting at some point in the not too distant future. So yeah, should we forgive him,
Wait,
chat?
we are?
We have to.
We have to. I'm going to need ingots. Remember?
I wasn't paying attention.
Good.
Is this going to work?
So that goes there, and then I'm going
That's
to
long enough.
pick up
Yeah,
those and put them all in here. Then I need coal,
put
which
it there.
is down here
Go
somewhere.
there.
Where's coal?
Go
Coal's
there.
one of the. There's coal. I just couldn't see it because it's
And
black on black.
then,
Goes in there, comes out there, comes over here. This
This
is my bit of the spaghetti. So it's going to come from here to. You know what? Oh no, I can't do that. I was going to just try and drag a belt downwards, but that doesn't work if you haven't got all the stuff in the way already in the way. But it's going to be here in line. So that's going to be in line with that. Put that in there, up, and then we can put in the underground belts. Can anyone remember what the sorting mod we've got is called off the top of their heads? Because I'm sure it's called something really simple, like sorting
Manual
mod.
inventory sort.
Manual inventory sort. There we go. Something nice and simple. Let's move this down here.
Manual inventory sorting.
Okay. Fairly close. And then we have one of those. There we go. And now I can feed these out into a red chest over here somewhere. And I will and now I now have an unlimited supply of air. Well, not unlimited, but I have a mostly unlimited supply of air in space. As long as the coal supply doesn't run out, I shall never suffocate. I can hear your disappointment from here. Okay, that'll work nicely. And it's stockpiling contaminated cosmic water and contaminated biosludge in the process as well, which will be potentially useful later when I want to make it into Christmas trees. No, when I want to make it into biosludge of some sort for potentially for my methane production. Actually, we shall see. Okay, so I've got that request right up and running. That's fine. I've got loads of them on my inventory though, so at the moment I'm absolutely fine for that. But the other part of this is to go in here and set that to a request of 0, and that will tell the bots to flit over and take them away. So each time I breathe, a bot will come over and take away the little can thing. Okay, that's one important thing done. So we're still working on the research towards the production science packs. Because those are going to be extremely useful because they'll let us get all kinds of exciting stuff like, well, we're getting coal liquefaction as potentially as one of the things in there, but we're also getting beacons. And I think Before we make Mike go through and rip up his entire smeltery system again to put vulcanite into it, I think we should at least give him beacon so he can put in the speed modules and the productivity modules without.
I would also like a good, strong supply of vulcanite, please.
Oh, what? Sorry.
Good, strong supply of vulcanite.
Vulcanite, right? Is that the one?
Well,
That
if it's
Tristan's
going
gone
to
off.
be...
Tristan's gone after cryonite. So nobody's going after vulcanite next, but that could be a thing I could do, I suppose.
Yeah. If we're going to use vulcanite smelting and we have no vulcanite, I
There's a slight
immediately
issue.
spot a potential problem.
Oh
Now,
no,
far be it from me to tell you how these things work.
No, I accept your suggestion. I mean, we have a bit of pyroflux being made by the core mining process. However, it is clearly not going to be enough. It is a known and a given. We do specifically only require the iron to be in ingot form to start with, because the rest of it that's the one that we need for one of the science packs. I can't remember which one it was.
Have you looked at the recipes at all?
Production
Mike?
science. Yes.
Yes.
Oh, Mark, sorry. Mike, sorry. Miss.
Do you just require the fluid thing, pyroflux?
Oh, for
Or do
smelting.
you actually require?
I require
Vulcanite.
vulcanite for the science
Well,
packs, but we've got a little bit of it.
Let's walk the process. Iron ore.
Ooh.
Because if you only need pyroflux, then you can use the supply that we have, and we can somewhere on the train system turn vulcanite that we will get at some point into pyroflux.
Yes, I think that's what we're going to do. I'm also going to require lithium in order to make chemical gel. In order to make plasma stream. So that's going to be something to use the mineral water for. So we need mineral water and hydrogen chloride, which is sand and water, which we've got, and then mineral water that makes lithium chloride, which then makes lithium and chlorine, which can be piped back round, but we'll have too much of it, based on my understandings of the recipe.
It's enriched iron and pyroflux go to molten iron. So we need a strong supply of sulfuric acid, iron ore, and pyroflux.
Okay, so yeah, you can use the pyroflux
And
that we
water.
have while vulcanite's being set up.
Yes.
I'm also
You
going to
probably want,
Yeah, so that's going to make the iron ingots, which comes from which as stated comes from enriched iron and pyroflux. So that's fine. Then I'm going to need uranium-238, which is fine. We have that on the bus. I am going to need vulcanite, so I'm going to have to go off and get that. Need machine learning data, which is green circuits, blank data cards. I think I might need to come back down to Norvis and just start building all of the prereqs up for this stuff and getting it onto the rocket, because there's a lot of stuff in here. And then plasma stream, which is lithium, as I said. So yeah, I think it might be time for me to drop down and say hi to you guys, because I've probably done everything that can be done up here at this stage. We have, I think, a stable and steady supply of the space science coming through, so we can get all of these researches done, and we can probably get quite a lot of other researches done. So I think I'm going to come back down and drop in and pay you guys a visit. Does anyone have anything else they think I need to do while I'm up here that I might have forgotten? Good.
No.
Okay. I'll make a box, put all my space stuff in it, and wander down. I will need to build a rocket first. I will need to fuel a rocket first. Yeah. All right. I'm going to think about fueling a rocket for a moment.
Aren't you just going to drop down in a pod?
No, because I've got a load of rocket sections to bring down as well. I think I've got. Well, it's a tenth of a rocket. All right. Yeah. I'll come down in a pod because that'll be cheaper. Because I think at this point.
Yeah.
Do we have productivity 2s?
Yep.
Yes.
Excellent. Any kind of serious quantity?
Minus 138.
That's a good number. Yeah,
I assume that's prod 2s. I can't actually see how many
Yeah.
dots there are because
that's
the length of the number.
Yeah, you're almost certainly right, Nogard. They will. We'll all remember exactly all the things I've forgotten about once I get back down to the surface. But that's just the way it is. But let's leave the pylons and the construction pylons and things up here. I'll put this logistics bot back in a chest, back in a roboport if I can find one. There's one. Those are a space thing. Those are barrels. Those can go in the recycling machine. Why have I got a couple of barrels in my hands? That's a space thing. A couple of delivery cannon chests. That's quite nice. Might just link those in up. I could put them in up here actually. If I put a delivery cannon chest here and then link it in like that, then we can just fire anything we want to be in space. We can fire at this delivery cannon chest, and I'll link it in here because that would be the sensible thing to do. And it'll get dumped into here, and it'll just go through the system along with everything else. So that'll be quite nice. That piece of scrap can go in there until we have scrap processing. I have a rocket launch silo. I've put one down up here, so I don't think there's any point in taking that with me. Leave these space things up in here. The steel can go in there. I know we're short of... we need steel more up here than we do down on the ground. Okay, I think that's probably emptied my inventory of most of the nonsense that I don't actually need. So let's borrow one of these rocket capsules. Put it down here. Need to get over to it now. I should have put it down closer to myself, but never mind. Get in. Right, so we want to go to destination Norvis. Ooh. I can go to Aereo orbit, which is the next point out from here, basically, with the capsule in, just sort of flying around like a lunatic mode.
But you have to go step by step if you are doing
so
that.
If you took a lot with you, could you then hop quite a long way?
You can't take a lot with you.
Can you not carry?
No,
Your inventory?
you have a limited inventory size when you use it.
It will cost 38 solid rocket fuel to get to Aereo orbit. It costs 22 rocket fuel to get down to Norvis. Oh, and also looking at this, if you do fly out to Aereo, not only does it cost 38 fuel, it also costs two rocket components as a first stage, and you only have a cargo capacity of 20 that you can take with you. So yeah, there's a lot of restrictions in there. So that's just not going to be nice. Fortunately, I have suitable amounts of rocket fuel. Yes, No God says you can go quite a way with it, but as long as you don't run out of fuel and rocket parts. So I think yes, the amount of fuel and rocket parts you can carry when you're only allowed to take 20 stacks of stuff with you is going to quite quickly be a limiting factor on that. Oh, you can put more. So I can put all of this into the rocket. Oh, I see. Yes, you're right. That's gone down a bit now to have done that. Interesting. Can you put other stuff in the rocket as well? Okay, yeah. So you can put a fair amount of other stuff in the capsule as well. It's only your own personal inventory that can only be up to N stacks.
Ah.
But there's 40 stacks in the capsule, so you can have 40 plus a little bit, probably potentially 20. So you can have 60 stacks of rocket fuel and rocket parts, and of course the rocket parts you could take along in stacked form and take some assembly machines and maybe solar panels as well. So and when you land somewhere, you could then rebuild and stuff. Yeah. Oh, and apparently if my inventory's empty, the amount of rocket fuel goes down. It's only 4 if it's empty, apparently. Although it's gone down to 21 when I completely emptied everything out of my inventory that I could into there. So I'm not pinch of salt with that because it hasn't gone down as far as I expected it to.
It was still in the rocket though, so that might affect it.
True, it's possible. Anyway, I'm not too bothered about this now. So I'm going to launch, come back down to Norvis. Shoomph. Going up very, very slowly. Coming down slightly more quickly. Rockets firing. Doop. There we go. Made it. Hello, everybody. Have you missed me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think I heard an obvious joke. Okay. Now I've forgotten what I was going to do. Oh yes, lithium processing, and that's going to be something to do with all of that. What do you call it? Mineral water we've been stockpiling and then blowing off into the sky in a fine mist. So let's have another look through the recipes because that was long, convoluted.
You want to go and put some tanks on that and stop it venting first.
Probably a good idea. Where did Marc make the giant tanks? They're a normal tank.
You can just request them.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That would be easier, wouldn't it?
And you could probably just tell the bots to build them there, because I think that area's in the network.
Also probably easier.
And we're now making steel pipes, underground pipes, and pumps.
It is indeed in the area. And Yeah, we don't know. We haven't used
Incidentally,
big tanks there for some reason.
we have compact beacons already. I don't know when we got them.
Oh, we do?
Oh, I saw those
Compact beacons.
in FNEI somewhere. Oh, that's the thing. I didn't actually look at what.
10 module slots at 100% transmission efficiency for a maximum module power of 10.
Where are they?
Within 2 tiles.
Right, so they're really, really short range beacons.
But where are they?
In production.
In
Above the labs. It looks like a sort of weird barrel, which is why I went, what is that?
Bonk, 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 bonk. Yes, can confirm these things do seem to get placed automatically. I'm going to remove that and put in a pump so in order to try and keep all of the fluid on the correct side of
above
all
the
of
labs,
this.
I have only the supercomputer and then the thermal radiator.
Oh, okay. It appears in. So I had the set request in my logistics thing open, and it appears in there.
But we cannot build them.
But the other beacons don't.
Yeah.
So I assumed
Oh.
it was. I suspect it's a thing that's been disabled by space exploration or something.
Yeah, probably.
Mm.
Like in
Yeah,
vanilla, they
we
should
haven't.
be unlocked now. But
Oh, yeah, here we go. So yes, I
them.
see them in here. So if you once you've researched effect transmission, you can then start to research the various types. That gets you normal beacons, but you then need you need energy science to build in order to build compact beacons, and energy science and deep space science 1, energy science 4 and deep space science 1 to build effect compact beacons 2.
There's another compact beacon, which looks a bit different. Which looks like compact beacon 2 actually, but except you can't craft it.
Okay. There's the wide area beacons as well. I'm not sure I really see the use of the compact beacon. Maybe if you only want to affect a couple of machines.
Yeah, and you don't have a lot of space because it's presumably a 2x2 or something.
Could be, yes. Kind of expect. I mean, yeah, it needs quite a lot of stuff to make it though, including these energy control units. That's a new thing. Immersite, good. Oh, Madman says it's got fewer slots but has 100% module effect, so it makes the beacon more powerful, but you can't put as many modules in.
No, you won't be able to use. You can only use one beacon on any single machine.
Oh, that's a good point. I don't need any of the life support canisters down here. Oh well. I've got them on me in case Mike farts or something. Right, so I was looking at the production science pack and going, what am I going to need in order to build this? So it was the specific thing I was going to look at. So the productivity modules we've got, they're not being put onto the bus and therefore they're not being put into the rocket, but they could be summoned by the logistics system. Iron ingot is Mike's problem, at least for now. The uranium is on the bus and so it can be put into the rocket fairly easily. The vulcanite is a thing that we're going to have to go off and get, at least in the long term. We do have a little bit of it up in space, but generally we are going to have to go off and get some of it. Needs crushed vulcanite and enriched vulcanite. Jeez. So that's just crushing, not surprisingly. That's crushing a different... Oh. What? Is that the same thing? Right, okay. Gonna have to have a look at the numbers for this. Hang on a minute. Right, so when you're processing vulcanite, you get crushed vulcanite from... there's a Coverexy type recipe as well. Okay, vulcanite processing is significantly more complicated than I was expecting. That's going to be fun. I mean, it's going to be okay, but you have to Coverex your vulcanite in essence.
Sounds interesting.
More spaces for prod modules.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
but yes, nonetheless, it's interesting. And I've got distracted again from what I was actually trying to look at, which was so vulcanite. We just talked about machine learning data. This is all. Well, I'm going to need to make the blank data cards, which are polished data storage, substrate, copper, and advanced circuits. That's the same. That's all stuff we will have up there in space, so I can do that. And the polished substrates come from the rough substrates, which again need to be done in space with cosmic water, yada yada yada, same as in 0.5. And click on the right thing, Laurence. There we go. These can be made on the ground from glass, silicon, and iron plate. Well, that makes sense, to be honest. But we're going to then need to start shipping those up, like somehow. Can these be put into a cargo pod? No. So these are going to have to go up in the rocket. It's the only way to get them up there. Okay. So that's one of the things I need to do. I need to set up a set of machines making the rough data card substrates down here. Then I'm also going to need to set up a factory for making lithium. And lithium is going to be a little bit weird because we need mineral water's fine. We're going to need the hydrogen chloride, which is 50 chlorine, 50 hydrogen. That's fine because this recipe that produces it produces them in equal quantities, so that's balanced as is rather nice. However, we're going to have a little bit of excess chlorine being produced by the system, so we're going to need to also produce some excess hydrogen to make sure we don't have too much chlorine, or we vent it. But it's fun to try and avoid the venting, so we're going to need hydrogen. And you can make hydrogen by splitting water, which gets you oxygen. Would anybody like some spare oxygen? What can we do with spare oxygen? You can make biomatter. We can use it for the ammonia for solid fuel, with ammonia for rocket fuel. But then ammonia requires hydrogen and nitrogen, so that's just getting somewhat Angel Bobian.
The power plants have atmospheric condensers purely to create oxygen. So if you stick
right,
a power plant,
so I could put oxygen into a train, and someone could take it away and put it into the power plant's oxygen generation things.
I was more thinking if you made the thing up here, you could just pipe it in.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that makes sense. Another option I've spotted here is that I could just collect it and make a bit of extra hydrogen chloride and turn it into small amounts of rocket fuel. But I think your way is going to be easier, just because it's less nonsense.
You could make it. You could put a slow but really efficient solid rocket fuel creation area next to it.
I could.
So
I don't think I really want to, because then I'm going to need even more stations.
no, I mean, so that would be probably their own set of stations, but
yeah. Also, actually, with the light, what is the recipe we're using at the moment for solid rocket fuel? Is that light oil and oxygen? Because if I built it down near big oil, I could pipe the oxygen over there.
You've gone out to visit biters.
I have. Yeah, so we've got a massive oxygen production here. So I could. Is there anywhere near here that I could build something without upsetting Marc? Him. I could put it down here, and that's a single.
Yes, you could expand from the copper mine station. And do you want to build it or bring it by train? You want to build something?
I want to build something that's going to produce oxygen as a byproduct.
Yeah,
I don't know how much of it's going to be needed. But yes, I could pump.
There is only 260k copper left in that mine. If you upgraded those to mining drill Mark IIs,
then that area will be freed up pretty damn quickly. Yeah. Then I could use that. I could use this area for the stations for it all. Bop, 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 bop. And then do the processing down here. Yeah, okay. Let's get. I'll run over there and put some better drills in, and with some speed modules.
That will just happen. The speed modules won't, but the drills will just happen given time.
Oh, is it inside the
bots? It's not, but I've put another roboport, which means it will be.
Okay, gotcha. Where is it? Oh, it's here. Oh, I see. That roboport, yeah. Okay.
Running will be slightly quicker, probably, but...
the throughput issue on iron is now down to the number of trains we have running.
Wow.
Is it actually the trains, or is it the mines as well?
The
top mine doesn't have enough.
So the low priority has got 2 trains which are permanently in action. And there are gaps when they're not unloading.
No, the train can't go out to get more. The one you're standing by can't go anywhere because...
Yeah, so there's 2 on the right-hand side. I'm starting on the right-hand side.
Ah, right.
There's 2 trains, both of which are permanently out, getting as much as they can. And they are, as you can see, There's not one there right now. And on this side, there's only the one train, but yes, as you say, there's nowhere else for it to go. This is the high priority one, and there's the high priority
Yeah.
iron ore production is literally just polarizing thing.
I'm trying to see where the
Yeah, there's nowhere that's producing high priority iron. Oh, there is. The only place that's producing high
Uranium.
priority iron ore is the uranium processing, and that's not exactly producing it quickly because it's stopped.
other than to the north. Where's there another actual iron mine?
I don't think there is. There's an iron patch here, but there's no mine on it.
We have another one near Free Power.
Or do we?
Oh,
Oh
that'll be the
yes,
one
yes, up here.
we're going
there,
into.
there.
Yeah,
It's one.
that is the only one that actually has enough for a train, pretty much, I think. The other two are being drained as soon as they have enough. Or
They
one
do.
claims to have
Well,
enough.
actually,
at
the
the
top
moment.
one has 953,000 iron ore left in that patch. That's quite a lot of iron ore. But it's just not pulling it out quickly enough.
Yeah, the
That's-
top one has space now, has enough to provide.
Okay.
What we're saying then is that we're running low on iron. There's
Yeah.
another 500k there.
This is the downside of using speed modules. Not that that's had a major impact on it yet.
It's really not the speed modules that have done this. I've only just put them in.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the fact that we're churning through massive quantities of iron and steel for all kinds of reasons. There's 4.5 million over on the eastern corner of the base. That's not iron, that's just grey rock. There's another 3 million just outside, a bit outside the base, but it's underneath biters. So until we've got artillery, we don't really want to go after that.
There's the one you were saying.
Anyone fancy going out to an iron planet and just starting to delivery cannon it all back in? Although I don't know. I dread to imagine how long that's going to take.
So you're saying we don't need any cryonite or vulcanite anymore?
Well, we need to prioritise tonight. We
Yeah.
need to prioritise tonight.
My suspicion is if we go to a volcanite planet and start core mining, you'll get some iron as a byproduct.
Yes, because
Yeah.
core fragments, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
And also, we'll get more iron out per iron ore we put in, which is going to help quite a bit as well.
We do have a distant planet that has 0 threat and iron.
All right.
The more local one has 7% threat, but that might be completely clear, but it is also waterless.
When we get to the point of being able to of having spaceships, we can go out and just and do a sort of this standard sort of mine looting of that.
I think we should grab every single planet in this system, to be honest.
Just down general principles.
Yeah.
All your
basically
stuff
have to
belong
complete
to
this.
us. Yep.
I haven't got any belts on me. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just looking through vulcanite. That is quite a complex recipe.
Yes.
Oh, it's a. I kind of like that. The equivalent of the Covarex process. If you go too far, you've got to enrich it to the right proportions. If you go too far, so with Covarex and uranium, unless you want to siphon off some dark green uranium for ammo or whatever, you may as well just keep going until you turn 100% of the stuff into light green uranium. Yes, you can't do that because reasons, but there's no
You don't
reason to
actually
stop.
want. No, you don't want to do that. Oh, it's not. No.
Well, as
the
in,
wrong thing.
so
Got you.
what I mean is here you need 5 to 10, so it's much stricter
Yeah.
on the ratios. If
Yeah.
you look through the ratio chain,
Yes. Yeah. I had a bit of a look, but yeah, yes, you're right. It's going to need to be.
Yeah.
Basically, you need to make sure that you only run the process when when you've got decent amounts of the one that gets reduced, essentially.
Yep.
To make sure you never run out. Yeah. It's
has anybody
Interesting.
else? Sorry to change the subject very briefly, very rudely, given that I was the one who started the subject. Has anybody else started building that iron mine up? Because I'm on my way over there. To it.
No, I'm upgrading a copper
Nope.
mine because I want to empty it as quickly as possible so I can just steal its station.
Okay.
I'm sorting out the stuff for cryonite.
It's interesting given how we...
fiddling
Oh,
with oil.
bloody hell, Laurence. Sort it out. Do it properly. It's interesting given how short we were of copper earlier that we're now short of... It's now iron that's the problem. Oh, all of that's done. Okay.
I think
Yeah,
we're short
copper's
for
ground to a
reasons.
halt.
Has it?
It
As
is.
in,
It has,
as in
yeah.
you've got plenty of output, so it's just
Oh, okay.
sitting there.
Yeah, there's a
Good
moment I
sort
was
of ground
thinking,
to a halt.
what?
Right,
Ground
there
to
we
a
go.
halt in a good way.
Whoa! I've just seen this, Mark.
Yeah.
That's quite a mark.
I don't think you have enough, what they called, oil refineries.
I don't think he has enough modules.
Doesn't have enough. No, he doesn't have enough red modules. Probably
Yeah, when
wants
I was trying to
89
find
short.
pod modules earlier, I was confused about why there weren't any. I figured it out. The mystery is solved. And if you'll stand still for a little while, Mark, then some uranium might get into your pockets. I mean, that's like...
Yeah, that's why I had to upgrade to steel pipes and pumps to increase the throughput.
Ah.
For a second, I thought you were going to say
Gosh.
steel pockets, so that the uranium didn't affect you. I was like, I didn't know you could do that.
I have worn my metal pants. People talking. Yeah, the biter nests are close, but they're mostly okay because we have some light defenses going around the edge of here, and we basically don't have to worry about the biters because we're just keeping the pollution inside the base. So to be honest, the biters are quite happy. They're just chilling. Look, we're only up to bigs over here at least. So yeah, they're just happy. Yeah. Occasionally a nosy one comes over here and gets shot, but basically they're happy.
Do we have any immosite on Norvis?
No.
Nope.
Okay, there's 112k on the Cryonite planet I'm going to,
Okay.
which isn't a lot.
It's not, but it might be very useful as a sort of a starter, just to sort of to get things going while we go off and find a proper supply of it.
It is squares, so it might be a fluid.
Okay. I saw something about saying it comes out of caves, so
Okay.
I don't know.
Oh.
Yes, more
Well,
core
it's-
fragments will solve all of the resource problems, but the problem is we are even with all of the core fragments we've got coming through, which is not an insignificant amount. We've got like 4 red belts that are coming through. Oh, are you exploring the
My bad.
planet?
No.
Okay. Oh well, I'm not sure what happened there.
I was using Factory Planner to cause chaos.
Madman says we should have the default SE preset says we should have some immosite on Norvis, so maybe I'm wrong about that. John, yes, your question about balancing loader balancing. Yes, it turns out they don't. So, but you can fix it with little things like this that just say if there is if there's more, as long as there's more than 1,000, or actually 100 would probably be enough. As long as there's more than a fixed amount in here, then they all run. So that means if there is that much, then they'll all output, fill this chunk up, and then it can just flow. So yeah, you need to tweak it a little bit to make it work. But the loaders are reasonably good. Apparently they're bad for UPS though. People tell us.
I think that's the warehouses, the way we're using them.
A little bit of each, I think. Right, Barclay says there is no immosite on Norvis in K2SE. So somebody's telling us porkies. I don't know who it is, but somebody is.
According to Universe Explorer, there isn't.
Right,
Agreed.
okay.
I would need a quarry drill for it though, and I don't
quarry
think
drill?
we have that.
That is not a thing
Yes.
I've heard of, so I'm guessing we don't have them. Right, there's still 250,000 copper in this patch, so I'm not going to stand here and watch it dig it all up. What was the other thing I was going to work on? There was something else.
It is a research we can do now though, so I'm going to jump the queue on that so that I can take a couple out.
Okay. Oh yes, it was the data substrates. That was the next thing I wanted to work on. So I shall go somewhere else and make these. Was this a thing I should be making on the bus? I don't know. No, we're going to use such huge quantities of them. I think I'll make them. What if I make them here and then just run a belt straight down to the rocket? Would that be too hideous? Would you all hate me? Don't know.
I wasn't listening.
Oh, good. I'll do it then. It's only a little bit horrendous. I don't think anybody will mind. And it means it can be put onto a train later as and when required. I should look at the recipe for that actually before I start flying over and going, yeah, I'll just go and build them over there. That'll be fine. So what do we have? We have some production science packs require machine learning data, require blank data cards, require polished data substrates, which require rough data substrates, which require glass, silicon, and iron. Those are all on the network. Excellent. I can just summon them, and they'll appear. That's going to be really. This is going to be quite easy. This is going to be one of those silly little builds where you have 4 stations and a tiny little dribble of machines actually doing the work. But that's okay. Let's leave that open over there. It probably won't stay open. I'll probably lose it at some point, like as soon as I open the blueprint window. Oh, no, maybe not. We'll see how this goes. Right, so rails. We're going to want to open that. We're going to want stations. We will need... Oh, I should put in a stacker, shouldn't I? There's not really room for it. I'll just never let it go a bit above one train per thing. That'll be fine.
What you doing?
I'm making stations.
Okay.
Solid drop off left, solid drop off right. What? Oh, I see. That's sort of left and right. That's fine.
I think you're supposed to
hold
start coughing now, Laurence. You've just had coal rolled over you.
Gross.
Oh, this is this horrible spur.
Oh yeah, that is a little. To be honest, move the spur to come off the end instead, or just correct the spur.
Oh yeah, yes, that is a bit awful. Yes, just make that into a two-way rail and stop it being just there and generally nasty. And that'd be quite handy for me because I was slightly concerned I was going to run out of space, and I think I probably am. So yes, yeah, please go ahead and move that on. I'll be very happy.
Laurence isn't even remotely following the train plans.
What? Yes, I am.
There is a train
I'm
plan.
just not bothering with the. I'm even using your blueprints. What are you complaining about?
Look at all that wasted height.
That's true, actually. I don't know why did it. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure why that happened like that. I must have obviously misclicked somehow, but I'm not sure how. Yeah, all right. Let's start again.
Yeah, your complaining works.
And people wonder why I do it so often.
Yes, pretty sure we're using the default space exploration presets. So it's certainly the intent, even if we're not actually.
Do you feel the need to tell people why the extra warning message was put into space exploration mod pack about the default space exploration set?
It's because the instructions weren't clear enough, I believe.
Marc?
Mark?
The stone and sulfur drop-off are only 2 long trains, so you might want to adjust your request settings there.
Is it
At heat shield.
Is that's going to permanently request stuff in it?
Yeah, it blocks
Even when
basically a train.
Yeah. Hang on my way.
How am I going to empty this?
Yes, so I want to halve that number down to 16.
So that's the glass, the silicon, and the iron plate.
And this one, where's it gone?
Potentially.
Where is it? Can't find the combinator. Oh, there it is. Down to
Another
16.
one up there like that. Actually, have those 3. And actually, if I remove this one at the bottom here, I've changed my mind about that. I'm going to make that the pickup station that we're not going to use yet, but may well use in the future. So I'll just leave that. I should use this. Should be a ghost train thing, shouldn't it? A ghost train interface doohickey. Because then
I mean, you're virtually in the main base robo network,
true.
so no.
Stop being lazy, Laurence, says Tristan. Put down a roboport. Yeah, true. It's not exactly a lot of extra roboportage required.
The issue is this is how you get an entire base covered in roboports.
It's true. Yeah.
Which is the
Oh, it's
sort of
not
thing
that
I
much further. It's just
generally
it's
do.
only a little bit further. Oh, it's only a little bit further. these up, because
That's not a good sign.
and then from
That's a
there.
warning wall.
Yeah.
Oh
That it
dear.
is.
It has eliminated them. But
Yeah,
yeah, they
so-
are quite
But
close.
they are quite close, yeah.
Yeah, so I need to go over the PDQ to deal with them.
If only you had somebody with a railgun
I do still have a railgun. Yeah. I
and a
should get
biogun,
that.
I believe I gave to you last time.
I haven't actually got the biogun, no.
Have you not?
I think there was a suggestion against you just hoarding it because you weren't doing any combat,
Fair enough. Well, I have no
rather
idea where
than-
it is then.
probably in the storage.
If memory serves, you just chucked it in storage and we're like, yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
Which is not unreasonable in fairness, yeah.
Yeah. I do have the lightning gun, but I don't have the biogun.
Oh, that was the one I said. Why are you just hoarding that if you're not doing any combat?
Ah.
So there you go. You got a lightning gun, so clearly you need to go and deal with them.
I've lost track of what I was doing. Right. Oh yes, I was going to be making the these things.
Laurence, I keep meaning to ask, and I keep forgetting, this warehouse here, is this another warehouse of shame?
Certainly looks like it.
No, that's a warehouse of going to space. So the idea is when I come back from space, I pick it up again.
How's that working out for you?
Didn't you just return from space?
Don't know what you're talking about.
In fact, the idea of sort of a space locker, I get, and that makes sense.
Yeah, I've left a similar warehouse up in space because there's no point in going up there with loads of ground stuff, and there's no point in bringing all the space stuff back down here. So yeah,
As I say, it makes complete sense.
I thought so. Right, let's start. That's actually really handy because now I've got all the bits I need to start building this warehouse, building the system coming out from here. So I'm going to unload from all of these. Just pull out by. Let's see. What's the best way to do this that's going to cause people to cry the most? I mean, least. And I kind of want to use a balancer warehouse for to make sure I pull evenly from all of these. So I think that's probably going to be a good idea. So we'll put one of these up here. Actually, if I move that from there to there, then one, two, three, four. Right, we'll go from there. That can go up there. That's not going to work. I haven't left space, but never mind. I'll finagle something in there somehow. Right, so that goes across to that one. Oop. That one goes there. Then this one. That and that. There we go. Perfect. Well, reasonable. Adequate. Sufficient. It'll do. You know, words like that. So that's the first ingredient. Second ingredient can come up here in exactly the same way. Don't care if I miss... Grump. Place some site in map config but doesn't play anything on the actual generated map. Okay. Right. So basically, you did too many weird things with your map generation, and so you actually accidentally ended up with some immersite when you shouldn't have done. That sounds sounds believable. Sounds how these things often go. I'll put the third one in there as well. 2, 3, 4. Right, and now the loaders. Yep, there we go. Nicely. Yes, we have a coronal mass ejection coming in a little while, so not too far off. And a couple of times, half 9, couple of hours, I think, yet till we expect the mass ejection. So we thought we'd challenge ourselves and start getting ready when this gets down to about 15 minutes or so. Yes, we have a system set up that should protect us from the coronal mass ejection. I say should because these things always tend to get wrong, but in theory we are protected and safe. Okay, so how do you make? Let's have another look for the substrate, rough data substrate. So these are made in any sort of assembly machine. Awesome. You say we've got assembly machine 3s now being made en masse. Good.
I think the answer to that is yes.
Awesome. Thank you. So put 3 things, one thing out. Quite a lot of those things going in. Oh, and scrap coming out as well. Lovely. Okay. We don't have any scrap processing though, do we yet?
Yep.
Oh, we do.
Throw it on the bus and it will get dealt with.
On the the bus. Okay. Right. Okay. I'll run 2 belts down to the bus then. Okay. So I'm going to need over here so this mode, and we'll put down some assembly machine 3s like this.
It should be on the train system at some point, but
Yeah, it should
yet.
ideally, but never mind.
Hello, Mike.
Hello. Don't mind me. Okay.
Right, now it's the usual what's name of trying to spaghetti all of the things I need into the assembly machines. So we'll have 1 going in there. I don't think I've left enough gap to have a particularly huge number of these, but I don't think I need that. I mean, I need quite a lot, but I don't need a truly phenomenal number because we're not going to be making that many substrate. We need quite a few, yes, but probably more than this, in fact. But I don't know. I want to get a feel for how this is working for sort of speed and ratios and coverage and stuff like that before I put too much more effort into it. Good, that's all covered by the roboports. Okay, so now I can actually set these up to be requesting all stuff. So what was the? Actually, no, they're all going onto the. Oh no, one of the things was needed in larger quantities, wasn't it? So let's have a look. It's the iron is needed in larger quantities. So this should be iron, which is this one up here, this station up here. The R I turn into the request of the thing I actually want, don't I, Tristan?
Yeah.
Do I need to do anything else in here? There's an L, divide
Yeah,
divide
the
the
amount
input
that you
by.
want, yeah.
Actually, I don't want to do a divide here. I want to say if, because I don't want to require. I've not put in the stackers because I don't think it needs it. So this should actually be a decider, not an arithmetic, and it should go if
That
less
just means
than
if it doesn't work, it's
n.
your fault.
I'm used to you blaming everything that doesn't work on me anyway, so that's fine. If iron less than 16,000, 30,000, then output 1L probably. I'll check that in a moment. And then link it up because that's what you're supposed to do. What? So we're doing a multiply everything by -1, and then we're adding. Oh, okay. So that should be a greater than. There we go. So what we've got here is we've got the number. We're looking at the amount of iron in these chests. We're multiplying it by -1. We're then adding 32,000 on. So you'll get 32,000 minus the amount of iron that's in here. So if this is greater than Never going to be greater than 32,000. We then need to say how much we want the difference to be. So 8,000, I think. Yeah, let's turn the train on. So now, if this drops below, this is a weird way of doing so. I mean, I know why you've done the stations like this, because it's the way to get them to call multiple trains, but it's still weird.
Oh, did you know artillery shells now stack to 25?
But okay,
Nice.
that's
I
quite
like
nice.
that. For
So
reasons
it's
that
actually
we'll
better
definitely-
to transport them in a wagon not on the artillery train.
That makes a certain sense, I think. So we're taking 32,000. We're subtracting the amount we actually have, and then we're calling a train if there's more than 8,000. So unless there's 24,000 or more in this station, it'll call for a train. It's also not been given a name yet, so that's the final thing I need to do in here, which will be iron plate drop. Do that. Now we should find a train will turn up. Then I need to do the same for the other ones as well. But also I need to put in these. Boom, 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 boom. Right. Okay. That's a little bit weird. So get rid of that. Copy that. Red belt. Red belt. Did I? Oh yeah, I did. Yes. Good.
Hello, Mark.
So over here, this is going to be it's glass and silicon are the other two things. Oh, we've got these machines. Awesome. That's going to need power, of course. In fact, all of this is going to need power. Let's finish that off.
Do we know if number of meteors depends on, or frequency of meteors depends on the planet size?
I don't know.
Yeah, no idea, I'm afraid.
I will assume not then.
I can see how it sort of could potentially and make sense to, because if a planet's bigger, it's going to attract more meteors towards it, and it's going to be a bigger thing that's catching them as well. So it would make a sort of sense, but oh yeah, I need to program these as well. So it's presumably going to be in science. Yes, there we go. Rough data substrates, approximate data substrates. So train has arrived. Train is unloading. Everything is happy. We've got the limits being set across there. I need to set a limit on here, otherwise we're going to end up with all of the iron in the world coming over here, and that would be silly. So I'll set 2 rows of that. Will be fine. I should do the same here as well.
Don't look at the swarm of bots here and following it. Going through that area and what they're carrying. Just don't worry. It's fine.
What is it with
Did
you
you
and
send a lot of science back to space?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was genuinely sad that I got that one backwards.
Yeah. I say unlucky, but I'm not sure it was actually luck.
That was me just going to this lake here, going, Roboports, defish, for I wish to see a fleet of flying fish.
But why?
Because they're important for mid-packs, Laurence.
To get both those to be glass, yes I did. Okay, and you are to be requesting glass drop. Are you requesting? You are. Good. Finally, this one is to be for silicon. Silicon, silicon, silicon. That one. Oh, sorry. Got in the way of the bot. It's greater than 8,000. Yeah. Saving. Even with it only saving once an hour, it still feels like it's fairly often. Oh well. But it's probably worth having occasional autosaves like that. Right. And you are... Oh yes, you have to be silicon. Silicon. No. Yes, silicon drop. Yes, that's correct. Right. So now we should have all of the resources being brought out here. Yes, there is a train on its way. There is a train that's waiting at silicon drop already. Okay. The trains are busy. What are you doing? Which silicon drops out? That's for the circuits here. Silicon's broken here.
How so?
The train. There's a train that's sitting there trying to unload, and it can't. So I assume that the numbers in here have been done for a bigger station, and these warehouses are full.
Yeah.
I'm wondering who built blue circuits.
I built the station. I built this. I built the processing facilities, but Tristan built the stations. Also,
You
why
set
is
the
silicon
numbers.
only a half-length train? That's the other half of the question. Presumably because the pickup area is only half size.
Yeah.
But
Big area is rigged to be double size. Or
No,
the full size.
no, silicon pickup is only a half
Oh
size.
no,
It's only
yeah.
a
it isn't it?
1-2, and so's glass actually. Glasses have the same issues.
Mhm.
Fortunately, I think the way I've set this up over here is probably going to be all right. Because, there's limits on the That's interesting. There's limits on the drop-off warehouses, Tristan. Aren't they supposed to be limited by the station rules?
Yeah, I don't think I've put limits on them.
These are from your blueprint. I'm pretty sure I haven't changed anything there.
Okay.
Two,
yeah.
4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14,
I
16,
might need
18,
to
20, 22, 24, 26,
place some
28,
blueprints
30,
and then remove the
32.
limits and then redo the blueprints.
Okay, well we now, yeah. You know, that's how it works. You find the bugs as you go around and you stamp on them, and then they come over and try and eat parts of your base and stuff like that.
Speaking of which, has anyone actually gone back to that wall that got destroyed and
Nope.
dealt with it? Nope. Okay.
Nope, we volunteered one of the people who have the powered up weapons.
I'll go and deal with it shortly.
I have an artillery train like almost ready, so I'm suggesting we defend the wall a bit and then send a train up there. So that's why I didn't do anything about that yet.
That's fair.
Pretty good defenses in there to deal with the biter rush that's going to happen. Oh. Undo that. And that. Try again. Let's put it in here this time. Right, so if I do this, I can then double the amount of substrates I'm producing. I do need to productivity module these actually. Let's say, how can I do this without just? I've only got 3 in my inventory. So let's see. What I want the that machine, and I want to fill it up with prod 2s, module inserter. All of you guys go. Now, this isn't going to be remotely enough machines. I'm going to need to extend up this way past Marc's, by not past, but divert Marc's filtering belt. But that's okay. I can do that.
Sacrilege.
What are you doing?
I'm going to
okay.
push your belt line out a little bit by giving you a large pie or something like that.
Yes, please do.
We're not particularly concerned about the effect of using warehouses in all our stations because we've just buried our heads in the sand and going la 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 la. We'll find out in the future whether it's actually a serious problem or whether it's just whether it's a serious problem or whether it just turns out to be okay. The head in the sand technique is working quite well so far. Oh well, it'll do. Okay, so that's going to be creating the substrates, passing them down there, but there's going to be a load of scrap on this belt as well, which I'm going to need to get rid of somewhere. Tristan tells me there is a belt down here that deals with scrap. I assume it must be this one, because it's the one that's going the wrong way. Yes, there we go, that is scrap. So I need to get a belt through the shenaniganery that's going on up here, which is going to be interesting. Could come down over here, I suppose, all the way down to here, and then squeeze in around the explosives. Or are there any other gaps? No, because I built this a bit too tight. Come over all the way over here, but that feels a bit unhelpful.
An alternative to that would be to put it on the train system and add another station at the top of the core outputs. Which would probably be the proper way to do it, because we'll have supplies of scrap from elsewhere potentially.
True,
But
yes, and I think
it.
in the long run that would be the correct way to do it. The only problem is that I've not left space for an additional. I've only left space for one additional station, and I sort of had that one earmarked to be for taking the rough substrates away. If we then start taking them up some other place, so it's probably not really going to fit. And I think the amount of scrap produced by this process is it relatively small? 50%. So yeah, 50% chance of scrap. I'll squeeze it in the dirty, ugly way for now, and then we can always fix it later when we realise it needs it. Hello, Tomotzi. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? I am currently attempting to build up a system that is not too horrendous, in order to produce the data card substrates that we're going to need for making messes, for making science cards up in space. That's the one. I knew they were needed for something. Let's try not to get run over by a train. That'd be embarrassing.
No, it's not.
Are you sure that one's going to get linked, Mark?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Okay, just looks like a bigger gap than I'd expect.
I place them all in the respective autolink section, so
Yeah, it just displays it weirdly until it's
Yeah.
placed, I guess.
because of the curve, yeah.
If at some point we can get the that splitter in there, then I can program it, and we'll get the scrap to go off to the side. But actually, I did put that in quite a long time after I did the rest of the belt, so it's not surprising it's taking its time. Put another pylon there, because apparently it needs it. None of these machines have got all the modules they're supposed to have, but that's because Marc's hoarding them all. But we know about that, so that's okay. Oh, I missed a belt. This is supposed to be the iron coming in over here. Okay. All right, so I'm going to need, as I say, I'm going to need to extend these quite a lot once everything starts flowing, but we'll see how much by once everything starts flowing. But I will then, in theory, get at least a yellow belt coming down here, full of the two products that come out of these machines, and I'll probably extend it up a bit further as well, and probably upgrade the belts to red as well once I realise that actually I need to make a lot more than I'm making at the moment. But at the moment, I'm just trying to make a sort of a system that will start producing them and get me the substrates onto here, so I can start actually using them. Yeah, we've got a nice bus going on here. We've actually, for once, there isn't anything running the wrong way along it somewhere, or running in an area where it's not supposed to. We've got pretty much everywhere. We've got the pattern of the four, and then the four things, and then a gap of two. It's come together nicely. We've got a nice bus running here. So the other thing I was trying to do was exhaust this copper mine over here. How's that going? 208. So we've used about 20% of that. So I've come over here and we've pumped these full of speed modules and better mining drills. So these are now running at almost 1.5 per second, 90% faster than they normally would, and with mining drill Mark IIs here as well. So these are going well, they're going, and they're trying to fill up the station over here. But my hope was to just get this patch out of the ground as quickly as possible. Then I can repurpose this area in order to start making lithium over here. It's struggling a little bit at the moment, but the reason I want to make lithium here is so that I can pump out the oxygen out into these pipes and get rid of it that way. So it's just either side product. Half an hour, you might be right. So that means it's going to be another 2 hours before it empties. So maybe next week I shall start over here making the lithium. It's a bit later than I was hoping, but never mind. I still haven't seen this start working yet. So yeah, what's the silicon train doing at the moment? It's standing at silicon pickup. Why is it standing at silicon pickup? Oop.
Nowhere wants any.
I've obviously not named something properly. In that case, let's just make sure. Yeah, nowhere to go. Okay, apparently I have forgotten to. I've missed. Maybe I probably missed one of the cables out. Either that or I forgot to. No, I did rename the station because it knows about the train.
The first artillery train is on its way.
Are there defences?
No.
Oh, that's minus those 2,000. That's where I went wrong. Too used to setting up
Is
negative
that
numbers on these
sensible
things.
then?
I think the range isn't reached the outer wall, and I'm just finishing some of the worms there. And while the artillery is going at that, I'll go up to the wall and do that.
That's quite a significantly artillery train. It's got quite a few artillery wagons on it. But then I suppose if you automated the construction of them, you might as well. There's no point in putting in 2 when you can put in, what's that, 7?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll come back and watch that in a minute because it's taking forever to get going.
It's only 7 because the station wasn't longer.
That is pretty short range. Have you crammed the engine full of speed?
No, I just used your.
Oh yeah, it's quite short range.
There was a train and I repurposed it.
Yeah.
So no, I didn't.
That's
in general,
very short range artillery.
Yeah, the random ones, I'm not putting them in by default.
Okay.
Yeah, none of the ones are even in range.
You might need to move a little bit further.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll need to move up to there.
Yeah.
First artillery bombardment.
Yep. It's an exciting time.
Break.
No, you want it to work, not break.
Sigh. Hooray! Dealing with biters the expensive but significantly easier way.
I saw Mike and Ross's blobs just go shooting downwards.
The behemoth biters were just starting to form a major pain in the neck to deal with.
Yeah.
Given the outrange of the weapons we currently have. Except the railgun, and using railguns to take out worms seems excessive.
Yeah.
Lovely. Yeah,
Ooh,
landfill is a pain to get.
I like the direct hit.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
I like the artillery kicks out the empty cases from the shells. Always felt that's a nice touch. Yeah, to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if there was stuff that outranged our artillery. That's not exactly the most impressive artillery range I've ever seen. But still, I suppose it's early days yet. All right. Well, exciting. Can clear out the inside area of the base now. Yeah, if you need massive quantities of landfill, you end up having to turn ore into landfill. So we've got a thing that says, well, at the point when we have too much rare metal ore, because that was the one that we had the most excess of, it just dumps it down here and it goes into here to be made into landfill, and that's got us 4,500 of it. Apparently the manual range is massively better in K2, so you can probably whereas the automatic range is massively nerfed. So yeah, if you actually, Navsat, you can make a free artillery remote, can't you? I'm not in Navsat.
Oh yeah. Oh, that range is really nice. Yeah.
Need to actually make one first. There we go. Or not make one, but pretend to make one. Oh yeah, wow.
Ooh.
Well, it's kind of tempting to lob a single artillery shell out into the middle of one of those massive nests, but I'm not going to do that because that would be foolish.
Would it be kind of tempting for you to go and clean up the mess afterwards?
That's one part of the reason why I'm not doing it. If I don't do it, it's not my fault. That is an enormous difference. That's crazy.
There you go. I've lobbed one out into that set of nests.
Got fired?
Ooh, yep, there I can see the blob flying across the map.
Please, okay, no targeting outside the wall.
Yeah, this is in the middle of an ocean.
This one I think
This
was
is not
probably
on an
safe.
island.
Yes.
Yeah.
How do you make one of those in nanosat mode?
Oh, this is.
I
this
don't
is
think
nice.
you should tell him. Right.
Figured it out.
Dope. Actually, this isn't far off filling that out now. So that's, what do we reckon that is? Half a belt, maybe at most. Yeah, so I probably need to double this, and then if I put red belts in here, then I'm going to need to double it again. So I probably want this to be about 4 times the size.
Where's Laurence?
Probably too far away.
Don't shoot
It's
me
on,
with
it's on rails, all right?
no shooty. Oh, that's good to know. Barclay has used 2,000 railway stations, and it hasn't had any hasn't had any issues with the what do you call it? With UPS problems. Yes, I did set. Oh no, I didn't set up the splitter. Thank you. I put in the splitter, but I didn't set it up. Crap. Tristan's going to be cross with me.
Is someone still manual targeting?
Nope.
Okay.
Right, let's go and tidy that up
Mike
because I failed.
Mark parked it so you can't send it anywhere, Mike.
Oh, what?
Well, it does have some worms threatening it at the moment. They're standing
Ooh.
up, glaring at it. Also, presumably they're inside the too short range.
I guess so, yeah.
They are inside, yeah.
Yeah. Huh.
Well, I'll think a way to manually turn that one around with NavSat. In our stations book, Tristan,
Yep.
is there any sort of default,
I'm getting a lot of
basically
spread
a
size.
smaller stacker?
No.
Okay.
There's only the really, really big stacker. Because you only really need really, really big stackers.
If you're not needing a big stacker, do you really need a stacker at all? Or if you're just wanting a single train at a time, you don't need a stacker.
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
the theory
probably
I
need
went
one.
for.
Laurence, what's this?
I don't know, I'm busy picking up stuff from a mess I made.
Fair enough.
Actually, I could just look. That's probably alright, I'm standing on a belt.
That's where the old turnaround was, and isn't anymore.
I didn't delete the other half of that. That was not my fault.
Oh. Don't know then.
At least I'm pretty sure I didn't. I wouldn't like to say for certain without actually checking because, well, my memory. But I don't think it's my fault.
Weird, isn't it?
That was a bit of a fail. Oops, that was the wrong button.
Jeez, I'm still waiting for this to produce enough meteor defense ammo.
Is this for you to take a large quantity of it with you?
Not building up. Yeah, you left it without building up any buffer.
Ah. Yeah, that sounds possible. Oh, I think that might be it. Yes, that's it. Right, I'll chuck the red science in here because I might as well, and probably the data storage substrates in there as well. Over here, I need to do the same sort of thing and pick up the scrap that's come around here that shouldn't have done. So this will be a little bit easier though. Ooh, I saw a low-flying Tristan.
Yep. I think I might have all I can be bothered to get.
Right, put that in there as well now. This scrap, I'm just going to get rid of that the easy way. I don't mean just to throw it at the bots. The slightly less easy way, but also slightly more useful for putting it where it needs to go way. So in here, I shall put the scrap like that, and open the machine. There we go, and like that, and that'll get rid of it. Right. Okay. So I'm now making the. It's not as productivized as it should be. So I might need to wait for that to finish off a little bit more, and then start, and then go in and have a think about ratios, because at the moment this one's running at half speed, well minus 60%, but a speed of 0.5. This one's running at a speed of just over 1, so it's only gone down by 15%. So I'm going to need to I'm going to need to wait until they've all been slowed down before I then go, okay, so I need n rows of them. I'm just going to go out this way and this way and that way, I suppose, and I'll put in a wiggly belt, or maybe I'll go up a bit and adjust this as I need to.
I feel like you did that deliberately, Mike, to bully that bot.
What was too slow should have been faster. It's his own fault.
Mike's bullying bots, is he? How mean. Right, I need to turn on...
The bot nearly got there, and he placed it.
Low. No, it's just an iron mine, isn't it? Yes.
There we go, chunks. That's what I wanted. Okay, so I could bring this up here this much and go across here, and it would actually still be inside the same chunk, so that'll make it nice and neat, and give me a bit more space to play with. I'm surprised I actually have the red belts to do this. I don't know really. I've run out now. Come down here again like that. And I think this is going to be another. Let's extend the roboport even further. No, we're not playing Space Engineers. Although maybe we should at some point. I don't know.
We could.
And yeah, I do own it. We played it. I think it was another one of those games that refused to work in Linux, which was slightly annoying.
Well, so they're thinking if you aren't overly fond of Minecraft, arguably a thing which is it's not the same obviously, but it's not dissimilar. It might not be the best.
Is
If you want to play it, I'm happy to play it.
Is Space Engineers that much like Minecraft? I suppose there's a bit of. I'm not sure what I'd compare Space Engineers to.
It's the same open world. You have to set your own goals, that kind of thing.
I don't know. It looked interesting. I bought it and haven't played it very much, to be honest.
Yeah. I personally really enjoyed it. I will say.
Okay.
There were some things I found mind-bendingly irritating, although they've been patched out or fixed or whatever. Yeah, they've been dealt with.
Yeah.
So some very, very game-breaky bugs that have now been dealt with.
Okay.
But yeah. Yes, it's the same sort of you go off and you do your thing, and it's up to you what you want to do, and you can do anything you want, but you have to set your own goals.
Yeah, I don't think that's automatically bad. I don't think that was the problem with Minecraft. The problem with Minecraft was the sheer complexity of the rather over the top mod pack we played.
Yeah, that in fairness was kind of a whole thing.
Yeah.
Are you interested in coming off of Vault Hunters? Is the question when that gets released?
I don't think I have time. Unfortunately, I'm with the playing this on Mondays and playing Dyson Sphere program on Wednesdays. That's I don't want to say I will definitely do weekend streams, because my weekends are frequently busy. Tuesdays and Thursdays are busy with rehearsals. Fridays and Sundays are often GTA. I don't have the time.
That's fair. It's fair. It is quite acceptable to have a social life, you weirdo.
Yeah, half my time is taken up with stream and YouTube related stuff, so it's not just me. It's not just me having an actual real world life, but yeah. I was going to say yes. I'm pretty sure Minecraft already has the spiders, but yeah, yeah. I think I probably knew you meant space exploration, but I thought, but it was yeah. There was. I was interested in one of the ideas I had with space. I'm doing it now as well. Space engineers was to say, well, everyone spend half an hour or an hour or something building a spaceship in creative mode, and then do some dogfighting in them and see who wins. I remember when I played space. Actually, when I did play Space Engineers, I did the start in space because it seemed more fun, and I couldn't find a planet that had, or I couldn't find any asteroids with one of the resources that you really need. Even though I did quite a lot of flying around and hunting for it, I think it was, I can't remember whether it was nickel or lithium or something like that, but there just didn't seem to be any of it available, and so I kind of struggled because of that. I just couldn't really get started because I was missing one of the essential, relatively early ingredients.
Yeah, I mean that is a bit.
That might have been one of the game-breaking bugs you're talking about.
I mean, the ones I was thinking about were things like you design a ship and the autopilot would just fly off, being like, "Hey." For no apparent reason.
Oh yeah, I get that occasionally in space exploration. Well, I've more or less learned what not to do for that.
I'm off.
Oh. Should we come over and wave? The map is covered in circles.
There you go.
There he goes. Shoomp.
Bye bye.
Hi, Tristan. Where you going?
I
Vanished.
don't want to live on this planet anymore.
Don't blame me. Where you going?
He's going off to go and get some cryonite, I think. He's going off for a good cry. Tonight. Oh, there's a landing pad there already, apparently. Oh, you landed and dropped it
It's
immediately.
almost if I
Fair
just
enough.
put it there.
Yeah, I know. I opened up the Universe Explorer, and there was no player icon on there, but there was a landing pad icon, and I got a little bit confused.
Huh.
So apparently, it's because I haven't visited it in person, right?
Ah.
Presumably, because I've got them for Norvis and Norvis Orbit, but I haven't got one for Dracket. What's that symbol mean?
Oh, that's
Ruin.
a cute
Okay,
little
cool.
moon.
Yes, he's explored the entire thing already, because, well, why not? Oh, there's a little question mark at the bottom of it as well. I see you've already started putting down blueprints on it as well.
Yep.
That's your power generation sorted then, probably. At least once you've bootstrapped it enough to get some water out of the lake, but I'm sure you brought some solar panels for that. Lovely.
You'd think so.
We'll leave you to get on with it. You can tell us when you've got something interesting to report.
Yeah.
Right, that's there we go, out of navsat mode at last. That's got rid of that. That's extended that out far enough, and that should now all be working. Let's get rid of the showing the chunk components. There we go. Right, I've got at least some of the what do you call them? It's the productivity modules have arrived now. We've got them in nearly got all of one of the columns done. So now, and that's now ground to a halt because I didn't put a thing to load them into the rocket down at the bottom. So I suppose that means from a certain point of view I've got enough, but from another certain point of view I really haven't. So we'll put that there, and then as with everything else, it needs to be wired into the red cable on the outside of this thing. So I'll need to go from here. That needs to be wired onto there, which won't reach, of course, because if it did, that'd be helpful. Let's do this to there, right? So you are to not do anything. You're just an extension. Same with you. Then up here, you're to only run when the number of rough substrates, which is these things, is less than 0. So now I can go back look up to Norvis Orbit again, and up here I can say I also want to. Is there room on here? There isn't. I also want to summon in a huge number of the rough data storage substrates. We'll have minus 3,000 of those. And then when I look back down here, nothing happens at all because that loader hasn't been put in yet. I suppose actually since there's it's being brought over by a bot, I'll let the bot do it. So that's gone green, so that is working. So that'll then kick in. We'll start to pass the substrates in, and and then the system will start flowing again, and we can have a look at seeing how well it's actually working. Okay, so that's one of the things I needed for my science packs. So we've got production science. So the productivity modules. That's another thing I'm going to. Those I can probably just request. Oh, actually, or can I? Where are they being made? And are the tier 1s being put into the network? Or should I just go sod it? I'll make them up top. No, I won't make them up top because they require all kinds of nonsense like electronic components, which we don't have up there, at least not at the moment. So that means I need to put these out into a red chest like this, which is going to require power, and we need to limit this to when it's less than, let's say 100, because they'll be used fairly gradually. This is going to slow down the production of these as well, which is a shame. In fact, you know what? I could have put this up here up at the top, but never mind. It fitted in down there quite nicely. Yeah, I think so. Somebody is probably going to make a module factory at some point. So let's have a look at the recipes for the productivity modules. So we've got the ones, as we can see, require the electronic components, the electronic circuits, and glass. Electronic components are plastic, glass, and silicon. So they're probably going to need to pull in all of those to make that. And maybe this is going to be my next trick. Productivity modules. Make productivity modules 2. This is all Norvian stuff. And prod 3, also Norvian stuff once we've got vulcanite here, so that's not too bad. Prod 4 is vitamelange extract and machine learning data. So this is the point where in the past I've started making them up in space, because machine learning data tends to only be made up in space, generally at least. So that's going to be an extra thing that's going to be needed for the prod 4s, but the prod 3s can be made on the ground, because we're definitely going to be bringing vulcanite here, because we're going to need it for the smelting. Prod 5 is bioscrubbers, biological. Yeah, these are definitely all ones that you're going to make in space, because all the stuff here you need is all stuff that's done in space as well. So it's only really needed in space. So yeah, all of this, but up to prod 3s we can make on the ground without too much difficulty. At least once somebody's got a vulcanite supply up and running. Who that's going to be, not sure, but somebody will eventually get a vulcanite supply up and running, I'm sure. Has that been placed yet? It has. It's the wrong way around though. There we go. Now it's flowing. Okay, so that's the productivity modules are another thing I can now request to be brought up in the rocket. So let's set a request for those as well. Not you. Prod 1s are in here, and I don't know. Let's say 300 at a time. See how that goes. Okay, so that's these flowing in happily. These are now coming through. Let's go and have a look at what sort of rate they're coming out at up at the top. Now that we've hopefully we're clearing out all the buffers. That's pretty slow. Yeah, I think quadrupling this is going to be a good start. So we'll start off by doubling it, because I reckon that I can fit in another that much in there like that. Yes, easily. And there as well. Then I can rotate it, put it in like that, and that, and I could put it there actually. No, okay, I'll put it there, I think, and there, and then rotate that so it doesn't do something stupid. Oh, and that one as well. In fact, just delete that one. What's going on down here? Oh yeah, okay, yep. So that's going to feed up here, and now I just need to do all the turny roundy bits of all of this. And we're going to need to wait for some bots to come out here with some cliff explosives as well. So from here, this will come across and in. So will this. Having no underground... Oh, this is the other way around. Derp. Having no underground belts in my inventory actually worked in my favour for once, because it meant I didn't get the silly ghosts on a rock like that. Right, over here, this one will go through like that. This will come out like that, and this one will go up one and then across and down like that. Okay, so that's now quadruple. No, it's gone from 1, 2, 3, 4. That's quadrupled the rate they're being made at. And I think that's probably going to be about right. But as you can see, we need to wait for some cliff explosives to come out. We need to wait for... Is that actually covered? Yes, it is. All covered. Good. We need to wait for a lot of productivity modules to be made. That's going to be the limiting factor on how quickly this whole thing setup gets made. The full-length silicon trains are now a thing. That's nice. We're going to get decent amounts of silicon flowing through. This does mean that... Oh no, these are balanced. We must have run out. What about the glass? 7.67. Yeah, the glass is not balanced and will never will be, because these already had some in when the train started bringing it out to both sides. But I don't think it matters.
Take a look at the core mining setup, the core mining drop station. It's
Oh, we've got I see. You've got a balancing thing on there. Yeah, I could do that. So that's dividing, presumably dividing it by 4, and then saying then run if greater than. Yeah, could do that. I don't care though. There's a difference of like 3,500 between the emptier ones and the fuller ones in a warehouse. It doesn't matter. It's not enough to be a problem. I mean, it'll be fine. Okay, so I'm now happy to forget about that for the time being. Let's have another look at the production science pack. So productivity modules, they're being done. Iron ingots, they need vulcanite, and for Mike to have a chance to rebuild the smeltery, and he's currently busy over here doing an iron mine. So I'm not going to complain about that because it is valuable work that's being done there. Going to need uranium into the rockets. That's a thing I can do. Vulcanite I've just mentioned. I need to do that. These. I'm going to start making thermofluid. How do you make thermofluid? Thermofluid is made out of... That's not how you make thermofluid. There are so many recipes that make warm thermofluid. I don't know whether one for actually making, just making thermofluid. Oh, here it is. Sulfur, iron, copper, heavy oil, and chemical gel. So we've got a little bit of heavy oil up there in barrels at the moment. I don't really want to rip through all of that. I want to get the methane up and running for that as well, but I can't get methane running yet. Oh, yes, we can. No, we can't, because we need the bio stuff to get the methane up and processed properly. Chemical gel is cosmic water and petroleum gas, so again, kind of need oil processing for that. Might have to barrel heavy oil, but I really don't want to. Petroleum gas comes from crude oil, as we know, it comes crude oil in a biochem facility, yes, but we make crude oil by where's the recipe? This one. Bio sludge and methane gas. Okay, I mean you get most of your bio sludge back in one form or another, but you then have to deal with the contaminated stuff, which is a whole thing. You need to get some bio sludge in the first place. Which is biomatter and cosmic water. That's not too bad. I could take up a load of biomatter with me and get that sort of kind of bootstrap it. Yeah, this might be doable actually. If I take up a load of biomatter, then we can use that to kickstart this. We can clean that out and this out. We'll get some of the biosludge back, I think. But we need to do the growth facility research, which requires production science. Oh, great. There's a circular dependency in there. Fantastic. Don't you just love circular dependencies? Joy. Okay. Well, we need to go off and get the we need to get the vulcanite so we can get the. I'm just gonna have to do this from start early on with a with oil processing of some sort, which is going to be horrible. But there are some barrels of heavy oil up there. Maybe I'll use those up, see how far I get with it. We're going to need petroleum gas as well. That's going to have to go up by barrel as well. Do not want. Sucks. Especially as we don't actually have any of those useful materials. We don't have heavy oil or petroleum gas on the bus at all. So we're going to have to get the barrels from the fluid from somewhere else and get it from... Oh, dear. Yeah, I mean, that sort of makes sense to make you work through it the hard way before getting it the easy way. Otherwise, you don't appreciate the easy way, but... yeah. Yes, barrels. Afraid so. It's in a way I'm more upset by the fact that we're going to have to get the heavy oil and petroleum gas or the barrels thereof over to here to get this going. I'm more upset about that than I am about needing the barrels. Let's have another look through that production stage. So it was the machine learning data that required that required the thermofluid. Now maybe I don't need that much thermofluid.
Does anybody know where we are making laser turrets?
I haven't
Nope,
set
not
up making
anymore.
laser turrets, I don't think.
Okay.
But
I'm pretty sure we're making them.
But
I
I've
don't
seen
know
enough
where.
of them around. Oh no, sorry, no, I am making laser turrets. I remember setting them up. It's somewhere. It's here. There we go. But they're
Okay.
on the logistics
Oh, yeah.
system anyway, so it's kind of
Yeah,
okay.
but we're not making enough.
Right. So this does require both heavy oil and petroleum gas. There's no way around that. You need. Oh, yes. You need both of those. So I'm going to need to take it unless I can start cracking heavy oil down into petroleum gas. But that seems like a bad idea, to be quite honest. We have we have water and we have lube on the bus. That is all we have needed so far. And once this is set up and once space is set up and behaving itself properly, then that's all we'll need. So I think I'm probably going to just take up a relatively small stack, hand load them into the rocket, take them up with me, and just barrel separately some heavy oil and some petroleum gas in order to get those two ingredients to make just to scrape enough production science together in order that I can make the that I can get the methane processing going. I think that's going to be the best, the most sensible way to do it. Exactly. So I don't need a huge amount of thermofluid. So I think that's why I think just taking up the stuff needed manually is going to be the way to go. Need a bit of chemical gel here as well. Still need the lithium. Haven't done that. But yeah, so it's lithium, vulcanite, and those two fluids are basically the things I need to make and take up with me. And then I should be able to make everything I need, I think. We seem to have a lot of life support packs going in there. That might be a bit excessive now that we're making them up in space. Or recycling them up in space. Yeah, 1,000 is probably excessive. Let's take that down to 500. Okay, so vulcanite, petroleum, heavy oil, of which actually there's some heavy oil up there. Ooh, is there any petroleum gas in barrels up there? Because I know there's definitely heavy oil. So we've got like nearly 100 heavy oil barrels, but I don't know. There's no petroleum gas. I don't want to start cracking it. I think that way lies madness. I'll need to do it later, but I think, or rather, that way lies running out of heavy oil very, very quickly. So I don't really want to do that. Excuse me. There's a load more. Actually, there's a few more barrels of it here as well. Okay, so I've got a couple of hundred heavy oil barrels, and each of those holds. Maybe I could crack it. Maybe I can crack just enough. Yeah, I'll give that a try. Let's try cracking just enough that I don't have to take any. That I don't have to barrel up any more heavy oil or any more petroleum gas. And if I've got it wrong, then I can always barrel some more heavy oil and do it up there. So I think I'm going to risk that one and hope for the best. So that means we're down to just the lithium left to do, I think, and lithium and vulcanite. And getting uranium into the rocket. Let's do the uranium into the rocket because that's trivial and easy. And fly, please. Fly. There we go. Yeah, because that's just another one of these things straight off the bus from. Here. I don't have the underground belts. And I'm in map view, so I can't clean that up.
That's what Alt D is for.
Alt D? What does that do?
Deconstruction planner.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was close enough that it was easier not to, it is fine to do it this way. That's the top row of a bus, that's handy, so I can just do that there, and then like that, and that. And there's a pylon in the way, because of course there is. That's okay, we can go underneath that. But if I do... No, I don't want to do that. Then a red cable from there to there saying don't pass through unless the uranium 238 is less than 0. Fine. And that can come straight up here like this, into there, into there. Right, done. That was really, really easy. Now I just need to set a number on the shopping list, and we'll start having uranium. It was dull uranium I wanted for that, wasn't it? I haven't just selected grabbed the wrong thing. Yes, 238. Good. Whew. Need the other one sooner or later, but not yet. So that's interesting. This is going to require both types of uranium in orbit, whereas before I think you only required the spicy uranium. Because I remember having issues making all of the nuclear stuff because I didn't have any of the dull uranium up there. How full's the rocket? Ooh, very nearly. The rocket's nearly full. Cool. How's the mining getting on over here? That should be 164,000. Is it still running? It is still running. Excellent. Okay. So, press the right buttons, Laurence. There we go. So, productivity modules, sorted. Iron ingots, leaving that up to Mike for now. Uranium-238, sorted. Vulcanite, needs to be done. Machine learning data requires blank data cards, the substrates are done, requires thermofluid. I'm going to try and muddle through some on that and get the thermofluid from and make the thermofluid from the heavy oil that's already up there. That's everything else that's required for the machine learning data because I've got them. Oh, actually, let's make sure. Yeah, copper and red circuits are going up there. That's fine. That was the wrong button. The polished one, I need cosmic water and rough. Yes, okay. So we've got the cosmic water up there. So yes, that's everything that's needed for that. So it's just the lithium for the plasma stream now. Okay. And the vulcanite, of course. I'm going to go over there and start sort of sketching out what's needed for a in order to make lithium, I think, because there's going to be quite a lot of processes for it and various sort of byproducts and things. 5 liquids in orbit, so that's chemical gel, chemical gel, cosmic water, biosludge. You've missed. I'm sure you've missed stuff out like rocket fuel and ion stream, and so actually no. To be fair, ion stream not a fluid. Sorry, not a liquid. It's just a fluid. Yeah, but I think you've probably missed some. Thermofluid. There's several types of thermofluid of all the different temperatures. But again, I think that's probably me being slightly nitpicky if I claim all those as different. Okay, let's have a work through the lithium recipe now, because that's going to be another thing that is going to need to go up there. So what are you? You're an electrolysis plant, okay. So we'll need to make that's going to need an electrolysis plant to make that. This is going to get fiddly and awkward to set all of this up, because I'm going to be forever switching between FNEI and other. So the final output is going to be through an electrolysis plant. That's going to make the lithium for me. Let's search for lithium because it's going to be a few fewer clicks in order to get to it. So lithium is made from lithium chloride and water in an electrolysis plant. Fine. I'll output the lithium, but it outputs chlorine. So the lithium chloride is made from mineral water and hydrogen chloride in a chemical plant or an advanced chemical plant. So chemical plant, fine. I know about the existence of those. So the chemical plant will be down here, making the previous thing, whatever that was. Making the lithium chloride, so it'll come out on a belt. We'll also have mineral water, so it'll come out on a belt. We've got mineral water and hydrogen chloride going in. So the mineral water will just come straight out of a station. That's fine. The hydrogen chloride is made from chlorine and hydrogen. Funny that. So it's in another chemical plant here. Yeah, it's almost like the SE and K2. I think quite a lot of work has been put into making them work nicely and making them play nicely together. So we'll take the chlorine out of here, bring it back round, and put it into here. So we need some chlorine storage, but we do need to make chlorine and hydrogen over here. Both of those are made by from sand and water, you can make chlorine and hydrogen, so that's fine. The problem is keeping it all in balance, because the hydrogen disappears, but the chlorine doesn't. So that means we're going to need extra hydrogen, which is also made from water electrolysis in another electrolyzer. And then we're going to feed off the excess oxygen into here, which is why we're doing all of this up here. And we'll just, what I'll probably do is put in a tank and pump and stuff down here, run another pipe along, and put it in. Yeah, okay, so that's fine. That's basically okay. Now, presumably, I'm not quite in the Roboport area here, so I shall make it so. I said I shall make it so. Thanks. I'll put that in myself. It's going to be quicker and easier, and then we'll have some power for this as well, like that. Okay, so that'll get me these machines out here. I can then program them up, and I can start, putting in the pipes, and then I can tidy up the design, and then I can exaggerate and increase it. So this should work reasonably well. Yeah, I can imagine that. Yeah, normally whenever you try and combine two major mod packs, you're going to run into all kinds of issues. So it makes a lot of sense that there is actually a specific person who is just concentrating on making sure the two of them play nicely together. That's quite good. And yeah, as you say, it seems to be a nice combination. They play nicely together. It's generally good. Let's get a couple of a few of the giant tanks out here as well for playing with. There we go, and I'll move them around as necessary to get them into the right place, and then I can start sort of trying to conglomerate everything together once I've got an idea of where all the pipes are going to go and that sort of thing. But for that, I am going to need these machines, so it'd be nice if I wasn't a million miles away and the bots could be a little quicker. But actually, here they come. They're not too far away. That's not so bad. The base. The problem is we do have rather a large Roboport area now. It's going all the way from here to, well, here, and that's a bit excessive. But oh well. It means things are a little bit slow, but eventually we'll get all of the technology we need to improve how well the Roboports work. So you are supposed to be electrolyzing water to make hydrogen and oxygen. Great. The rest of you guys are all supposed to be doing stuff, but your bots obviously got tired on the way over. It's funny, that was basically the last thing. Oh, it was the last thing I put down, but it's in range of the Roboports down here because they've got the boosted range because they are maybe. Yeah, this has got the boosted range because it's in construction mode. Nice. Okay, so we're doing the cracking the water into oxygen here. Then I have no idea what we're doing here. Oh yeah, this was making water into hydrogen into chlorine and hydrogen, I think. So it's doing the opposite of that. Not that one. Where's the recipe for this? Have I got this wrong? Have I got the wrong machine? So lithium is made from mineral water and hydrogen chloride. The hydrogen chloride is made from chlorine and hydrogen. Yeah, okay, where do we get the chlorine from? Oh, it's another electrolyzer. Dope. I need another electrolyzer in here. Like that. So you're actually going to do the chlorine and hydrogen recipe, that one. So and you're going to combine the two back again in a slightly different shape, so like that one. Then we've got up here, we've got the one. This one turns the hydrogen chloride into, I can't remember what, lithium's there. That one, yes, that one. And then here we can turn the lithium chloride into actual proper. No, this turns lithium chloride into lithium. This machine is not needed. I think what I ended up doing was putting in an additional chemical plant instead of an electrolyzer. So there we go. We've got that now. Put that in down here instead, like that. And then you can do the making of the lithium. Right. So we need water in here. That's fairly straightforward. Water we can do. Mineral water we can do. And hydrogen. Yes, this comes just straight from here. That's fairly easy. Here. Why do they have to cross over? I mean, honestly. That's just unnecessary. It doesn't have to be that cruel to me. Yeah, basically, it just seems to be to spite me, as far as I can tell. They just rage. Okay, so that'll come out to here. We'll have that there. We'll have, and that can come across like that, and then go up like that. This one, I haven't left enough room for this method. In fact, it's not going to work at all, is it? No. No, that's not going to work. I'm going to have I'll just offset them. That'll be fine. Put that there. There we go. Now it goes straight through, and we can have a pipe coming along here with the with that one. A pipe coming along, and that will be an underground. And we pipe coming along here with the other one, like that. And then we'll just use underground pipes to link it all up because life's too short. Okay, so that's kind of fine. This will also be there'll be a pipe coming along here with this one like that. Then that'll be an underground pipe, and then there'll be a pipe coming along here with the mineral water, and that'll go there. Let's try lining stuff up because why not? So that'll be the mineral water. That's fine. Yeah, these do have to be offset, otherwise the underground pipes will offset by at least one. Otherwise, the underground pipes will run into each other and cause problems. You are going to be splitting. You're doing that one splitting. You're doing that split. And I can't remember why. Oh yeah, because some of the chlorine's coming. Yes, because the chlorine's coming back round from here, and therefore I'm going to need to run an underground pipe from here. Thank goodness for Krastorio massively long underground pipes. Back to here.
I've just seen the thing for modules, and that is going to be one horrible town.
We're going to be building up to tier 3. I think we may not bother significantly with with efficiency modules, but yeah, the others we're going to want in quite large quantities.
Yeah. I'm looking at it going, to make a town for those, it's going to have, what, 10 input stations?
Probably, yes. Especially as it looks like we're probably going to end up making the words are hard. The oh dear. Brain fail. We're probably going to end up making the electronics components on site as well.
Yeah.
Chlorine, no. This one. Oops.
That's horrible.
That goes there. Except I then need to move all of this down too because I've not left enough space. That goes there. And then we can have the oxygen pipe here. That then links in there like that. Why do I not? I do have one of those. There we go. Something silly. Okay, I think this is now a cromulent build as the moment. So I've not put in all the pipes actually. Let's finish that off. I need a belt of the lithium salt coming out here and winding around and going straight back up again, like this.
This might go horribly wrong. I'm now attacking with wall.
And what are you trying to make? Oh yes, you're trying to make lithium. I remember. That's what all this was about. That actually goes there, and so that goes there. And then we have a belt here that brings out the lithium. Right. We need an input of water.
Model-sized wave.
And an input of sand. Oh, I need to get sand in here as well. Okay, that's okay. That can be broken like that. Well, these are all going to go underground, as you probably guessed. Like that, and then we'll sort them out with the next machine in a moment. We have a belt coming in like this with the sand on it. I don't have any underground belts because reasons. I don't know why I don't have any underground. Still don't have any underground belts, but that's going to have to be a red one.
Lost 31 of your bots, but otherwise.
Yeah, my mistake. Otherwise,
Sand. Oh, there isn't any sand on the bus. That's going to have to be crushed on site, pulverized on site as well. So we're going to have, how many inputs are we going to have for this? We're going to have sand coming in. We're going to have water, but that's fine. There's puddles everywhere. And we're going to have mineral water coming in. Only 2 inputs. That's not too bad, actually. Because all the rest of it is coming out, it's being pulled out of the air. This is K2, BucketBot. Make it horizontal rows with a single vertical pipe for every fluid. What are you talking about? I'm doing exactly the same. Are you saying just do this but rotate it by 90 degrees, madman? It's going to be the same whether I do it this way around or the other way around. This way I can now extend this as far as I need to, though, which is the whole point of what I'm doing. As long as it's only AB light, then I should be all right with it. I've done it. I've managed AB and it was manageable, kind of. Okay, let's pick up these tanks because I just wanted them brought over here so I could put them in where they were needed. What even is this pipe? Oh, this is the oxygen output. Okay, fine. That's the chlorine return valve. That's fine. Gonna need power for it all, of course. Will that reach to here? Of course it won't. There we go. Oh, the part of the underground belt has finally arrived. Excellent. I think this is now correct and complete. I'm going to need a storage buffer for the chlorine. I think, just for sake of common sense. And then I'm going to need to think about pumps and things to make sure I get the it used up in the right quantities at the right time. So this is the return. Yes, we need to turn. I need to underground belt this, underground pipe that rather. And we need to. Okay, so we need to tell this machine to run when there's too much chlorine, and this machine not to run depending on the chlorine levels. So yeah, if I put in a. Oh, actually no, we just need to tell this not to run if there's too much chlorine, and then the other one will probably. Oh, I'll have a look at that in a moment. Why do I have some rocket parts? Oh dear, I don't know where those have come from. Where are my tanks? There they are up there. Right, so we need to store the chlorine. That's the main thing here, like that. And then we turn off this machine, and we possibly turn on this machine based on the amount of chlorine available. There and there. Power. So we want to run this machine if there's insufficient chlorine, we run this machine. Chlorine is probably. Let's search for it. Oh, it'll be in fluids, won't it? Chlorine. Right. So if there's not enough chlorine, so if there's less than 20,000 in this tank, then we'll run that one. If there's more than 20,000 in the tank, then we'll run this one. Simple. Now there might be a sort of a little bit of iffiness in there, but I think that should basically be okay. Also going to need to pulverize the stone before it goes in, so I'll put a pulverizer in down here. I mean, I say I'll put a pulverizer in. I don't have a pulverizer, but I'll summon a pulverizer and put that in down here because we might as well use the better machines for these sorts of things. If I can find it, there it is, pulverizer. That can go down here. And we'll put a tiny bit of landfill there, like that. And we'll bring in a belt of stone here. This is the belt of sand, so this is going to come out of here. Across there like that. You know what, I reckon this is probably going to be being produced. This is going to be produced in sufficient quantities. I'm probably only going to need the one pulverizer. So let's do this for now and assume that's correct until we find out otherwise.
Those machines need upgrading. They're not running fast enough. They're the filter processing.
Are you sure? Because I think that the output belt is clogged.
Yeah, that's blocked. Yeah.
Oh,
for those
yeah.
time. We've also got which one is it? This one? Actually, maybe the one next to it. It's something like... It's some vast number of filters in storage.
Neither of those have
Okay.
a vast number of filters, I don't think.
Don't they? They
But
do
I
a
fully
lot.
believe you that somewhere in storage there is a vast number of filters.
We're still sending more out into the.
Oh, there's 475 dirty ones somewhere in storage.
So the problem is we're sending them to the ammo train built from new.
Ah,
then-
Oh,
and
right,
then-
yeah.
right. Yeah, okay, I understand that being... I
Is
see that
someone
as a
over there
problem.
and can fix that?
Not really.
Okay.
I'm doing what I can from.
Yeah, could you just disable the... or... Yeah, actually, we can do it remotely, probably.
I know that's gonna be both sides.
Yeah, what we're going to need is another belt. Basically, have that belt going up the belt going up as it is, and just flowing all the time from the input. But then have yes, you need to split the bots off it as you're doing. So that's good. That's right. Yes. And then from up
Also
up
feed
here,
from up here.
then
Yeah.
feed it down again from after where they're merged.
Yeah, that'd be one way of doing it. I was gonna split it off from this chest.
Oh, the blue chest. You're gonna.
No,
Oh, sorry,
the
you
one I
pinged something.
pinged.
Oh, I see. Yeah, but then you have a problem if we run out, if we don't have any being recycled, you might run out of ones being taken to the train.
No, because then they'll be made from scratch.
No, but they won't run up. But this belt. Oh, are you going to prioritize the input from one side or not the other?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that might work then. Okay. Yeah. Sure.
I have to go left.
Oh yeah, flow control. Do we have any flow control stuff in this mod pack? I can't remember. Yes,
There's
we
stuff
do.
for the
Oh no,
big
there's duct
pipes.
exhaust, the duct stuff. Never mind. Sorry, Tristan.
For the big pipes, yeah.
For the big
I was
for the
saying
big
same
pipes,
thing.
not for the small pipes. Meh, never mind then. Yeah, yes, overflow and underflow valves are, or top up valves are very very useful. Sadly, not available in this in our current set of mods. But I think that is now complete. I'm trying to avoid just adding in more mods just because we find something's a challenge. That's sort of not how we're playing. If something's a challenge, then we'll work through the challenge rather than go, oh yeah, there's a mod that makes that challenge trivial. But yeah, this is now complete. I now need to basically this is complete. I think it's about as compact as it can realistically be. I do need to put some inserters. Oh no, I've got an inserter there already. Never mind. This is about as compact as it can reasonably be with the sort of standard. Now I can just shove more copies of everything on the end of here to make it run faster as and when it's required. So yeah, now I'm essentially I've got the design done. I'm just waiting for this patch here to run out, and so we can get rid of all of the copper from here, and then put some more stations in to replace these stations with stations that will do the stuff that I actually want to be done. Yes, and then I'll decide how many of this I need, and whether it's probably going to have to stay down here actually, and then just pipe things in and out up from the stations, which will be up here. So that should be reasonably straightforward. I'm going to need multiples of all of this, I think. So let's start increasing this a little bit. So I want that, and yeah, all of this, nearly all of this is going to stay exactly the same. Let's copy this across. I haven't put in the pipe for that. That needs to go from there to there. Are there any other pipes I've got? Everything else seems to be linked where it needs to be. So I think we're probably okay. So all of this bit is close enough to being together. Let's put a second one, and a third one, and a fourth one in. because why not? I need to finish these pipes off because of the way I copied it, because the pump was in the way really there. Over here, there's going to be a few. Yeah, that pipe, that pipe, that pipe are not wanted. Then, let's do the same sort of thing up here. So we'll copy. Oh, actually, no, I didn't. Yeah, I did need that. Okay, so we'll copy from here. We'll take all of that down to there, and we'll put in another. Oh, I hope this isn't going to clash. This is. Oh, it's going to clash. Ah. I kind of knew that was going to happen. I don't know why I didn't just copy and paste these across with the other ones. Okay, so we need to put these in the same place. So that's going to be I can't really tell from the way I'm sort of vaguely looking at it. So that lines up like that. So put one there, one there, I think. Yes, I'm lining up. Yes, lining up the chlorine lines. Then build a pipe across here and across here. Don't need a pipe across there. Do need a belt across there, though. Yeah, I should have just copied and pasted the whole thing in one go. That would have been far more sensible. I don't know why there isn't a... Why is there a machine missing from there? Is there a... There's a random pipe there that shouldn't be there. What's going on? What's that doing there? Try that again. There we go. That can now that can go there. Right, and then finally, this is all going to tessellate together quite nicely. So I don't know why I didn't. The whole thing is built on all built on the same scale. So I need to go and do some more funny business with these underground pipes as well. So I'll go in and fix that in a moment. But for now, let's just copy this across a few more times, and then I'll sort its belts, its pipes out again in a second. Actually, let's put in a second one, and then I can correct the pipes. So that will mean instead of that, we will have the inserter there and the underground pipe there and then there. And that means I can now just copy this whole shenanigan. Oh no, I need to the bottom one as well. Oops. That goes like that and like that. The pylons are going to be a problem, I think. Or maybe not actually. Maybe it'll just about be long enough. That goes there. Let's find out. So I can now copy both of them at once. Put another pair in there. Well, it's linking to the power below, so that seems to be fine. Put that there. And sure. Well, then we'll check how. I want to check how speeds go in a moment once all this is sort of built up and ready.
Laurence, you
Yes.
added iron mine, right?
No, Mike has added an iron mine.
Oh, Mike. Okay. Mike?
Yeah? Is there an insufficiency of cargo wagons for you?
No, there is an insufficiency of air purifiers for
Oh, yeah.
that amount of new stuff there.
Yeah, fair point.
And then again, I need to fix the underground pipes along here because I didn't do that properly. So that goes there, that goes across there. Right, that's... Oh, and inserters. Inserters all the way across here would be useful, wouldn't they? This is why I did badly in the rocket race challenge, because I keep missing all these obvious little bits and pieces out like this.
That will probably have Roboport coverage, Mark.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, was just checking.
Good
or
point.
adding that.
Yes, that is still in Roboport. Good. Yeah, my intent is to get this sort of up and running, make sure it works, and then think about making it run much faster.
Oh, you're here, Mike.
Hello. Yep. Hi. I was helping kill some stuff.
Yep.
What's going on here? Okay, there's pipes waiting to be put in. Fine. Okay, so this is, I think, going to produce lithium from mineral water and sand. Oh, and we need to. Oh, I need a an offshore pump as well. I forgot about that. That'll be a production thing, probably. Yes, there we go. Offshore pump. Where should I put that? Let's put it in over here because it's out of the way. And then it's this pipe here. To there, and pipe, and power. Okay, I put that there, and then I can put that there, and then we've sorted out all the power issues in one go. Nice. 136,000. There's still a lot of copper left here, waiting to be demolished. And we're getting through it. These one row of belts, one row of mining drills is now gone dead. There's a few around the edge are dead as well, but there's still loads in the middle here that are. Is there room for any more along here? There's room for a few more. Let's go in and put in a few more drills, or put in the drills in slightly different places rather, because I think we can still make this empty this patch out a little bit quicker with a little bit of effort. So we don't need any of these. Blomp, 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 blomp. So that means I can put in these 3. God, it takes a long time to pick these up. And run a belt across there like that. In fact, let's do.
That's cute, Mike.
Thank you. I'm having fun.
I've never heard Mike call cute before.
You have a look at what I'm doing. Oh, got a party to head me off. Sucks to be them.
I zoomed in on one of your deaths, not on the actual you, because I couldn't see you. Thank you. Pat, 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 pat. Are you running interference on the biter wave that would otherwise just be running down and up to into the massive wall of laser turrets?
Was that the biogun?
I have got
Or a
a
slowdown
biogun now.
capsule?
It was a slowdown capsule.
Okay.
You should use the biogun.
I don't have it.
You should have taken the biogun.
I still don't have it.
Yeah, this is the sort of thing the biogun's good for. The railgun's great for
Yeah.
taking out the nests. The biogun is good for taking out these sort of hordes of biters. Well, the lasers the lasers are struggling a little bit to keep up. Well, the walls have taken a bit of damage, so they're sort of struggling to keep up. Oh, good grief!
Oh, navigation layer!
Oh, good grief!
Oh.
Maybe drag them alongside the wall.
Zig! Zag!
That's probably for the best.
Learn
you
from
notice
Rick
the
on
simulation
start.
speed has just gone
Yeah.
nope.
Yeah.
I like that this one guy is just like, you know what, I'm going to ignore this guy and run at the wall by myself.
The
Oh,
issue is going to be when
you've
they go,
split them on
oh,
the
there's a wall there.
you split them across the the outcropping of the water. What's the opposite of a peninsula? Fjord.
Fjord, yeah.
They've all got bored of chasing you.
Yep, don't blame them. But it was not ending well for him, is it? Yeah.
It's not ending well for a few of them. Most of them don't seem to have noticed. Jeez.
Yeah, I mean, given time. They are not a particularly observant lot, they don't really chat, that kind of thing.
Chat. Speaking of chat, chat are admiring your fat stack of biters.
Thank you. It's a collection. Would anyone like me to bring it through their base? Just for an inspection tour?
Also commenting on the frame. Yeah, the frame rate's still up at about 58. Ooh. I just got a server is not responding. I was saying, oh, the frame rate's not too bad. It's still up in the 50s, and then suddenly it froze, and I got a server not responding, and then it caught up, and you leapt halfway across the. Well.
Anyways, so here we are alongside the wall. How well does the wall do? I suspect very badly.
Well, it's spiky, so it's going to do damage. It's probably going to do more damage than you are with your plink gun. Although it's kind of hard to tell because of the lasers. Although, yeah, so we notice the because of the combat overhaul we've got, the wall is taking the entire brunt of the attacks from the spitters.
Oh right, yeah, I didn't remember.
Yeah.
I suspect, Mike, you'd probably have been. I mean, I know you're not doing it for efficiency, but you would probably have been more efficient by just running up and down behind the wall with with repair packs, rather than flying around kiting them.
Yeah. But the walls have taken quite a lot of damage.
That's why I was suggesting you should be running up and down behind them with repair packs.
Yeah, then the bots take damage and get shot down.
No, I was just saying you use repair
Oh, me
packs. The
personally?
mic
Oh,
bots.
sorry, just...
Yes, you personally.
On it!
And yes, the spiky walls do have quite high HP levels, and
We found a new way to make fighting Biters boring.
Oh,
And Mark, show it off with the bots.
Oh,
good.
battery is nearly empty.
So, what was I up to? Oh yes, I was trying to scrape a little bit more copper out of this patch up here, which is somewhat futile, but did what I could. Is there room for another one there? No. So we are now down to a mere 132,000 ore, which is still rather a lot. This is just taking forever. I think I need to go and find something else to do. Maybe I should go off to another planet and try and I should be the one to go out and get the vulcanite. Only thing is the it's a shame there isn't a recipe to turn mineral water into actual water, because the nearby vulcanite planet has mineral water on it. If we could start boiling that in the boilers to make electricity, the only problem is they then sort of calcify up very, very quickly, I imagine.
Mike, do you want to ride? I'm returning to base because the train is empty.
Let's see how
That's
Tristan's
nice
getting on.
of me, isn't it?
That's very kind of you.
Tristan is building.
Okay. Choo-choo!
Still building the free power stations. Okay.
There.
Yep.
There you
Yeah, I
go.
haven't got particularly far yet.
Yeah,
I
never
got
mind.
sidetracked with repairing sorting out the filter stuff.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay.
I do have umbrella defense stuff here now, though.
Ah, handy. So you're going to make up the massive tanks of steam
Steam
and
battery,
just do
yeah.
that steam battery and do it that way. Yeah, that makes sense. I might start doing similar sort of things for the vulcanite planet. Except I can't do a steam battery because there's no water.
Why are we stopped? We are stopped here because this is
Oh, yeah.
badly signalled.
There. This is
So-
missing there.
Ooh, there's
Yes.
vulcanite there.
This
there
whole
as well.
thing is all one chunk.
But again, puddles apparently. We have a Norvian moon which says it is volcanic and has puddles. I'm going to have a look at it. Warning. Sorry, I should have said this before before I did this. Are you out of combat? Because I've just looked at the planet.
Yes.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. We're taking a scenic train route through the countryside, and it's lovely.
Okay.
It's only a little bigger than the one I'm on, so the 17% isn't going to be many.
Right, this one does have a patch of water in the middle of it,
Axe.
which is yeah.
That's the thing there's a slight question mark over.
Yeah, maybe we shouldn't.
It
be
does say
using this then.
unusual, actually, so it might be okay.
I feel slightly bad about. I mean, I feel as I was saying on Discord earlier. I feel that going in here and shorting out the challenge of making this of working on a vulcanite planet by going in and do it and using one that has a puddle is cheaty. Is a bit too harsh a word. Well, actually, now Mark's gone over there and found a massive lake on the edge of it.
Yep.
I feel slightly less bad about the idea because this is just. It's not just a starter patch in the middle. There is clearly a massive lake at the edge.
Yeah, that's the one
Yeah.
I explored offline a bit and found. I didn't even notice the one in the middle, but the one on the south
It's
east
even got fish.
corner. Yeah.
So it must be good. I don't know. What do we think? Should we go solar until we have until we can so Tristan, actually, you're going to be able to delivery cannon ice fairly soon, aren't you? But we presumably don't have the
Potentially.
what do you call it? Condensing boilers.
Uh,
But we
given there's
can.
one,
We can have condensing turbines. Huh.
given there's one that's not right in the middle, which is the potential K2.
That's what. Yeah,
Bug.
that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we can. I mean, given that you're doing cryonite now, we could have a delivery cannon supply of ice coming out here fairly easily and research condensing turbines. Sorry. So I feel it's not
Okay.
actually all that cheaty.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, we are saying that we don't want to make our challenge easier by adding mods, but I mean
This
Just
lake,
the current
this
mod.
lake is natural. Yeah, the one in the middle, I
Yeah.
was a bit dodgy about because we're aware there is sometimes a glitch that causes water to be spawned near the center of planets.
Potentially don't use the middle one. Just as
Yeah.
if if a lake spawns right in the middle of a planet, we say that's off
Yeah.
limits.
I think
Same
if
with
it
landfill.
spawns in the middle of a planet that's just wet, then I don't think I care.
Yeah, that's fine.
But yeah, in this case,
Landfill works.
yeah, I could just landfill the entire thing.
Yeah, we go back to Norvis and find there's a lake in the middle, and we're using it.
Oh no!
Axe.
Cheats. Right, so we've got. I'm just going to scan this. Actually, Mark's explored most of it already, but
No, I suggest you delete the surface once there's no one on it, and only actually scan it when you're actually going there, because there are
Okay.
biters.
oh yeah, there's like one there.
Yeah,
Oh no, it's not a biter.
there are a couple of nests down at the south edge. So
Oh
the first
yes,
thing you'll want
yeah,
to
so
do is
there are.
go
Yeah,
and
go down,
clear
kill
it
them all
out.
out. Yep. Okay. Right. Good. This I think is probably going to be my next project because I can't carry on until there's no vulcanite and everybody else is busy. Which is, and that I don't mean that as a criticism, merely just as there's a single worm there. That's why there's a red splodge. Just that I'm going to need to go out there and deal with this. Okay, so we found it's got water. So I can take it. We can produce electricity in the traditional way, which means I take out a massive quantity of the basically do what Tristan's done. Take out enough stuff to make a decent chunk of the free power.
How many core things are there?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 so far, but we haven't explored the entire thing.
Might be worth a scan to explore that and then delete it.
Yeah, let's do that. Scan
Won't
surface.
take long.
Yes, there's not a huge number, but so we're going to try and just so we need to decide now that we're going off and looking at other planets what we're going to do about core mining, processing fragments, all that sort of stuff. Do we want to just say, well, everything's free because it's all going to be core mined, and just set up all of our planets with core mining, maximum core minage, and then delivery cannons made from the core fragments that are just sending absolutely everything to somewhere? And is that somewhere going to be Norvis?
For the core fragment, the number of core mines part, yes, I would say put all of them on.
Yes. Ooh, there's a immersite. 49,000 immersite. Plus another 50,000 immersite. So there's about 100,000 immersite on this planet as well, which glows quite nicely and makes it really easy to spot. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 core mines.
Okay. You'll probably... That might be 6 of the Marc's power things then. I've got 5. Maybe want to add another one at some point. But...
Right, okay. Okay, so I'll make up enough, bring out enough stuff for 6. There's loads of mineral water here, so we can make all the lithium we want. Lovely. I hope there's nothing funny about the atmosphere. Oh, so that means we're almost due a coronal mass ejection.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, it says our ETA 1 hour 6. I think the server's been running a little slow. So that can be the introduction for next week, I guess then. Because just over an hour off. That's slightly too long to carry on streaming for, I think. Especially as it's going to be slightly more than that, probably. Okay, we have some chonky vulcanite patches. There's 23 million there, 6 million, 5 million. Actually, there's only one really chunky vulcanite patch. We might actually need to go out and colonize the other vulcanite world, because I don't know because you get through a lot of vulcanite, and I kind of tempted to just go full core mine on this. Ship out, and we'll so yeah. If we go basically just plan to just do core mining on these planets, we can ship out everything by core mine, made by delivery, all the core mines, core fragments made by delivery cannon. We can ship out everything out by delivery cannon. We can ship out core fragments. We can ship out specialist core fragments potentially, and then process them on Norvis. But it might be, I don't know whether that's going to be better or worse. Or we could pulverize them down into vulcanite in this case and pure cores. Chuck all that out by delivery cannon made from the core fragments. There'll be a little bit of, in order to keep it balanced, we'll need to chuck out a little bit of the sort of extra stuff from the core drills as well. It doesn't matter if it's inefficient, Madman. It's just free resources. Who cares? And it's going to be much simpler and easier to do it that way.
It does depend how we're making the delivery cannon capsules. If they're from free resources, then absolutely yes.
Well, yeah, I was thinking we'd make them out from the off. The point was to make that from the offshoot of the core mining.
So yeah, we process enough to make that, and then we send the overflow.
Yeah, exactly.
Well.
So delivery cannon capsule is copper. It's low density structure, which is Oh no, that's the other recipe for it. Never mind. I panicked myself. Which is plastic, steel, copper. So iron, and we're going to need some of the oil as well from that. Explosives, which is coal, sulfur, which comes from oil, and water, which we have and comes from the core mining anyway. So yeah, we're going to as long as there's enough oil coming out of these things, we should be all right. And heat shield, which is sulfur again, oil, stone, and steel. So yeah, I think this is doable. And of course
Yeah,
there'll
we
be
might
lots
need
of
buffers, but
yes, yeah, you'll have a chest or a small warehouse or something like that of buffer coming out of whatever's excess, and then if it goes above a certain amount, you then fire that out with a from a delivery cannons as well.
yeah.
So you'll have delivery cannons for each of the solid resources that will fire out any excess as it builds up. Yeah, I think this is going to work. I'll head over.
So the risks here are it's basically the fluids having excess. Water's not a problem. We just chuck that into power.
Yeah,
Uh,
the pyroflux
the
is going to be a problem.
yeah.
Mineral water will just have to
No,
vent
just
anyway.
chuck mineral water. We vent because we're going. Oh, okay, this is just way too much. Pyroflux we
Pyroflux
just
can turn
burn
to
as
power.
power.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Oil is the potential, but we could burn it to power if
Yeah,
needed.
that's true. Yeah, so it seems like it should be fairly straightforward. As I mean, Madman isn't wrong. It is going to be inefficient, but in shipping all this stuff by a delivery cannon. But I don't think I care. And sooner or later we'll go, okay, this is nonsense. We'll switch over to spaceships. But in the meantime, I think it doesn't matter. It'll reduce this, but actually it won't even reduce the speed of the thing we care about, because we've gone out here to get vulcanite, and when you crush the cores to get the other stuff out, you'll get you'll get all the vulcanite out as pure vulcanite, so that will be shipped relatively efficiently as a vulcanite ore, admittedly, which isn't that processed, but
Yeah, you're siphoning off a bit of it to turn into the capsules, but
No Guard suggesting sending out the materials for delivery cannon via delivery cannon, and that is
the downside of that is you're making more delivery cannon capsules.
Yeah, you're making more delivery cannon capsules. So that's an additional loss. And at the moment on Norvis, a lot of the stuff we're making is we're not producing the ores fast enough from the core mining to make all of the iron and the copper and everything that we want. So therefore, a lot of the materials that are being made on Norvis are coming from resources that are non-free, as in are coming out of mines that are eventually going to run out. So we don't want to be using these to make wasteful delivery cannon capsules. However, if it's coming out of a core mine, then we don't care about it so much. So I think what I'm going to do before I go off to another planet, I'm going to throw together down here on Norvis. I'm going to design. In fact, what I say on Norvis, and I'm going to do it in my blueprint designer area. I'm going to put together a design for something that will make the delivery cannon capsules out of core fragments.
I'm currently working on that.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm not going to do that then because Marc's already doing it.
Give me, I don't know, 20 minutes more, then
okay.
we should have something.
Well, that'll be a next week thing then, I think, because it's 11 already. So we're going to probably wind up. Although you'll probably have it produced by just the end of the episode, I guess, in that case. Okay, cool. I have to admit, I was sort of looking for something to do while I wait for this copper patch to run out, because I don't really want to go off to another planet just yet, and I kind of want to finish this off because I'm sort of in the middle of it. The plan was to, because we're reckoning that delivery cannon capsules are going to be essentially free. We're thinking of doing the processing centrally, as in doing all of the processing on Norvis. Is it really a stack of vulcanite blocks is 100 stacks of ore? Really? Is it that bad? Vulcanite block is 5 vulcanite blocks comes from 5 crushed and 10 enriched. 5
You've
crushed.
got the Covarex thing for that one specifically, which is gonna mess with it.
But I was gonna look at the numbers and omit from there. So vulcanite, you halve that when you make the crushed vulcanite, and you nothing. So crushed vulcanite is the crushed vulcanite you turn twice as much vulcanite ore into that much crushed vulcanite and therefore into vulcanite. But you also need the enriched, which is a 10% chance from the 6, plus the you turn 10 into you turn 6 into 3, so so that's halves that for crushed vulcanite. So you need, in order to get the 10 enriched, you need 20 crushed. So you need 25 crushed in total, which means you need 50. And so it's a factor of 10, but then given the stack sizes, that could possibly be another factor of 10, I suppose. So yeah, it's 10 vulcanite ore to make 1 vulcanite block. But you do also get yeah. So but I don't know what the stack sizes are. Let's have a look at the stack sizes. Vulcanite blocks stack up to 200. Crushed, vulcanite ore stacks up to 20. So yeah, he's right. It's 100. Right. Okay. That's a sufficiently bad efficiency that I'm sort of thinking maybe we should process the vulcanite on site. And it might be worth you having a look at the cryonite to see if it's equally ridiculous. Tickle has, it appears to be very, very good at the numbers. I'm impressed. Well done there. Okay, so yes, given that 100-to-1 stacking ratio, I'm going to take back what I just said about let's just ship it. It doesn't matter if it's a bit expensive. We can process it at the other end, because it's just it's not going to be expensive, but it is going to be incredibly slow. Cryonite is apparently the same. He was doing this last week. Okay. Right. Okay. So
Well, that looks like 10-to-1 for the quantities.
for the stack sizes.
If stack sizes are 10-to-1 as well.
Okay.
And yeah, that'd be 100.
So yeah, I think that's a shame, because I was thinking it was going to be quite nice to be doing this sort of processing remotely. Processing all in one central location, because then we'd be able to get round all of the sort of the byproducts of this stuff. So what do we have in the way of byproducts? So you get some. Oh, you need petroleum gas as well for this process. So hopefully we'll get enough of that out of the core mining, and water, which we'll have. That's fine. We get some steam out of it. That's a byproduct I don't really care about. Crushed vulcanite. You need sulfur for this recipe as well, for enrichment, for the enriching. That produces a small amount of sand. And we get stone as well. So you're going to get sand and stone coming out, and you're going to need sulfur and petroleum gas in. Crushing the vulcanite doesn't do anything. Stone fragment.
This is where we want to work together, because I need heavy oil in, but I don't need petroleum or.
Yeah. So yeah,
this is where the central processing is useful.
But the 100-to-1 ratio of in the process in the logistics is.
It is a bit much.
It's a bit much. Okay. Yeah, you see, this is what we're saying. No guard. With the pyroflux, will just burn off and turn into energy. That's fine. I don't care about that. It's not a huge amount of pyroflux. I don't care. We'll burn that into energy. The stone and the sand is probably going to have to be turned into glass and shipped. The vanilla core fragments, maybe we will just ship those. I think.
Hang on, Laurence. For the pyroflux, if you smelt the random other ores you're getting. If you're getting any, you could smelt them using the pyroflux.
I could,
be worthwhile.
But that's going to get very big and very complicated. That's going to be a lot of infrastructure to put out there, and we need sulfuric acid as well. Then
furnace area. Oh, do you need to go through the sulfuric acid step?
I believe so.
Okay.
And more also, the other part of that is the ratios are just going to be wrong. You're not going to get. I suspect you're not going to get enough pyroflux out to smelt all of the metals. So I think what
to be fair, you're on a vulcanite planet, so that doesn't matter because you can make more.
True. Oh yeah, that's true. But no, I think my current plan, and we'll see what chat says about this. I will dig up the core fragment, the vulcanite core fragments. Pulverize them on site. That'll get me stone, and the pyroflux I'll burn into power to get rid of it. The stone, the excess stone will be turned into glass and shipped by delivery cannon. The excess core fragments will be shipped out by delivery cannon. Oh, I'll have to use Mark's processing thing things he's working on at the moment to turn the core fragments into delivery cannons to ship themselves out. But there won't be quite as many of those, so that's not going to be so bad. And I'm going to need delivery cannons anyway, so it's going to have to come from the core fragments. The vulcanite
Can
will.
I assume that for the delivery cannon production, we'll have oil on the local planet?
There'll be a bit coming
least
out of
a bit.
core fragment pulverization. Is that going to be enough?
Well, there are.
Because I know you need
If we are
sulfur and
doing other, so I'm
explosives.
currently using 6 what are the pulverizers for production of the capsules, but they don't produce enough oil for me, so I'll
Right,
need
okay.
external oil additionally.
I mean, you'll have to assume that we have that because
Yeah.
if it doesn't produce enough, then
Yeah,
Yes.
I could crush like a lot of more
oh,
core
and then
fragments,
ship
but
more
and ship
iron
the
ore
ores
and-
out. Yeah.
yeah, but that doesn't seem reasonable.
Yeah, I have. My planet has about just under 1 million oil. So
Okay.
yes.
If it's reasonable to design it in to have more launch sites, more cannons, have a cannon for each of them, and so that if you do run out of oil on the planet, it then just works through more cores and generates enough oil eventually, and still launches. And just have the overflow.
That's the question is though, is that if you process all of the core fragments that come out, does that give you enough oil to build enough delivery cannon capsules to get rid of all of the excess ores and the resource that's coming from that planet? That's going to be tricky to measure. But yeah, there's no other way to make delivery cannons. But I've got this particular planet has almost 1 million oil. By the time we've got through that, I would hope that we'd have spaceships and space elevators. And
there was also the suggestion of cannoning out the stuff for the
chat has
cannons.
just suggested, what if you liquefy the coal? We haven't got coal liquefaction yet, but yeah, we could make more. We can get more oil by liquefying the coal.
Yeah, don't bother sending coal back.
Or not as much, a low priority anyway.
Yeah.
See what the numbers come out as. Yeah, how about that, Mark? I mean, I know you can't do it yet because we haven't got coal liquefaction research, and that's sort of high on my list.
Yeah, I'll just assume we have an external input for now.
Yeah,
we can always improve it.
Yeah, stick in some massive warehouses to stockpile all of the other ores until we've actually got the until we can do something with the coal.
Yeah, and what about pyroflux and what's the other funny thing?
Mineral oil, I think we're just going to have to vent because I'm not prepared to barrel and ship that by delivery cannon because that's a nonsense. Pyroflux is slightly more valuable, but I think actually just burn it for fuel. Burn it for power, sorry.
Okay, I'll just give you an output and
thing.
you deal with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
That'll be fine for me because I'll have pyroflux coming out of an earlier stage as well. What can you do with pyroflux? You can use it for
what burns it?
You can turn it and water into steam, which will also produce very, very small quantities of miscellaneous ores. You can put it in a barrel. You can use it for smelting. 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 You can use it for You can make rocket fuel out of it, but not explosives, unfortunately, which is what we need for delivery cannons. Oh, you can turn sand and pyroflux into glass, so you can use it for smelting sand. No, we don't need In fact, we can't use pyroflux smelting on site without going out and doing all of the enrichment, and that's going to require sulfuric acid and a huge extra processing step that we don't really want to do. Certainly not for all of the different ores. So no, we can't use the pyroflux for smelting, but we can use it. We could potentially use it for smelting sand into glass. So that might be. Since I'm going to have some sand that needs turning into glass, so I'll use some of it for that and the rest for power, I guess. Yeah. and then have to balance everything so that the pattern make sure it actually gets used up. Yeah, I think that should be okay. So yes, in the future we'll use coal liquefaction. That was a very good shout, Nogard. Well, thank you for that. To supplement the oil production of the core processing. But other than that, and the pyroflux can be used to smelt the sand. And actually, knowing what space exploration is like, we could crunch down all of the or as much of the stone as is available into sand and then into glass and ship that, because I suspect we're going to get through quite a lot of glass because space exploration. And I've just started making the substrates. So yeah, let's use that as the overflow for getting rid of the pyroflux. And yeah, just vent the mineral water, because mineral water is nonsense. Are we all happy with that basic design and idea?
Yep.
Yep.
Good.
Halfway. Just past halfway.
Okay, we need 640 core fragments per minute to produce 16 capsules per minute.
I'm not so much bothered about the speed. I'm worried about the ratio as to whether that's going to be. Is that enough capsules?
40 core fragments per capsule.
Right. My question is that enough to ship out all of the core fragments that are, or all of the excess of those core fragments, plus like 10 times as much of whatever resource is being produced from there? So when, sorry?
Yeah, good question.
Because that's what actually matters really in the long run. So for example, in my case, I'm going to be smashing up vulcanite cores into can't use FNEI apparently. So yeah, for every I'm going to be producing an average. Well, it's between 0 and 4, so presumably that's an average of 2, just under 2 core fragments for every 25 vulcanite that's produced. The vulcanite will then be being processed into a very small.
I'm assuming ores in capsules stacked to, I don't know, 50 or 100?
It's a stack, so it'll be 50 for the ores,
50.
but the vulcanite we're going to process because otherwise it's going to be a bit of a nonsense. So we'll have, so in the case of the vulcanite, well, it actually won't be all that much vulcanite per core fragment, so I expect you'll have quite a lot of core fragments available.
Yeah, so currently these, so the build I have here is producing 16 capsules from 640 core fragments and has an excess of 480 items, random items like stone, copper, iron, etc.
Okay, so
So the byproducts.
So that's call it 10, so 10 of those. Sorry, how many capsules did you say? 16.
16, and I
Right.
have an excess of 480.
So we're going to have
stacks...
it's going to use about 10 of those up. So there's going to be 6 core fragments. Sorry, 6 capsules coming out for every. Sorry, could you tell me how many core fragments again, please? I'm not good at holding numbers in my head like that.
640 in.
Right.
Producing 16
so 640
out.
in. That's going to be about. I've closed FNEI because I clicked on the wrong thing.
We could
640. So that's going to be for that. So every 640 core fragments going in, we're going to be producing about 604. Call it 300. Let's call it 400 to be pessimistic. 400 times 25 is 100. Is 10,000 vulcanite, which is going to be made into. Well, if we're keeping the vulcanite, 10,000 vulcanite would be 500 stacks. It's going to be 5 stacks. So yeah, I think that's going to be okay, just for vulcanite.
Yeah, and the basically half of the byproducts is raw rare metal, so we could turn it into landfill. And
could landfill that. That's a good idea. Yeah, let's landfill that. And the stone we can turn into glass, which will stack much better as well. So that'll help. as long as we have enough pyroflux. And actually, even
Can
if we
we
don't have
ship-
enough pyroflux, we can use the stone. No, we can use electricity to smelt it. We could use the coal. Yeah. So I think given
Can we
if
ship glass and cannons?
pretty sure.
Seems counterintuitive.
Well, if a solid block of glass is actually really strong.
Yeah. Okay.
I believe so. I'm just checking. That's 58 different recipes. For goodness sake. Everything uses glass. No God says yes, you can. So
Okay.
yes, I was pretty sure. I'm looking for it anyway because I'm very very untrusting. But yeah, we can make text out of it as well. That's a worthwhile use. I've gone the wrong way through this clearly. Yeah, you can. I've even found it in FNEI. Not I didn't trust you, but I just wanted to look anyway. So yeah, 200. You can get 200 glass into a delivery cannon capsule, and 200 glass requires would be 400 sand. Oop, no, which would be 200 or so stone. Yeah, so it's better. It's going to be quite a lot better. So yeah, smelt the glass into smelt the stone into glass as much as well entirely.
Yep.
Burn the
I'll
coal,
try.
turn the coal into oil. We could burn the coal to smelt the glass if we wanted. Use steel furnaces instead of electric, or we could burn it for power. Let's not bother shipping the coal back. There's no point. We can do other stuff with it. Yeah, I think it should be okay. Well, no, I think no God. I think that's okay. A solid, as I was just saying to Mark, a solid block of glass is going to be incredibly tough, incredibly strong, incredibly hard. It probably would survive quite nicely with perhaps a little bit of scuffing and chipping around the edge of it. Explosives are actually really, really inert as well, fairly inert as well. It takes a very, very specific shock to set off plastic explosives. So
Yeah, that depends very much on the type of explosive you're using.
it does.
Some of them
I
are
mean,
more volatile than others.
Yes. If it was a contact explosive, then you wouldn't really want to ship it like that. And these appear to be bundles of dynamite. Yeah, dynamite's not one of the best, but it's also not one of the worst. Yeah, so maybe it'd be okay. It seems to be, but yeah. So yeah, rare mineral rare metals we can turn into landfill. Coal will burn and turn into oil and various other things. Stone will turn into glass. I think this is going to be okay. It's going to be quite a big set of infrastructure to do all of this nonsense, but I think it's probably going to be okay. And I look forward to seeing your blueprint because it's going to be enormous.
Just repeatedly. Oh, while you're doing that, could you add in this?
It's just getting bigger and bigger.
And
That's how it
this.
feels.
That's what you forget for going off and doing it when I was thinking of doing it at some point in the future. It is getting on for sort of nearly tomorrow though, so I think we should probably stop the stream fairly soon. Hey
No.
Kragus. Oh, awesome. Well, let's see. It's slightly tricky to decide where to give credit for that. So the biomethanol power plant was built by Marc. In our version of it was built by Marc, but we got the idea of it from the Discord, and I think from Madman, who is he's in Twitch rather than in YouTube chat. So, but I'm sure I'll let him know that you said thank you for it. I think it was his design, or his original idea.
Yeah.
But yes,
Original,
the specific implementation we have over here was Marc's doing. So yeah, we're just using that because it's been made in this game, so we don't feel guilty about just doing a copy and paste of the blueprint. So it's good.
Just my mind's gone blank. A drop-off station. It's a negative constant combinator, isn't it?
Hang on. Let me look at. Where are you?
Oh, sorry, no, it is a positive. Never mind.
Right, I'm going to delete.
I think I
sorry.
set everything up as positive numbers for. I can't remember. Copy an existing one.
He says you're welcome,
Oh
Kragus.
yeah, I did use the blueprint. It then deletes the number when you.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the number, the R number that's in there is a
Arr.
suggested, sensible, vaguely reasonable value.
Mm-hmm.
Right, I'm going to delete Taishakuten, which is the Vulcanite planet, just to sort of so the biters don't get carried away while we're not looking at it. Any objections? Speak quickly.
Nope.
Have you counted everything on there that you want to?
There was probably not, but there was 10 core seams, and there were two patches of oil with 480 something thousand each, and probably about 4 things needed. But I'll check that more. It doesn't matter. The exact numbers don't matter too much. I'll just take over a stack of what's names pump jacks. So you've gone for the umbrella defense as your first thing to build on the planet. Fair enough.
I'm currently going around putting the blueprints for the core, well, not blueprints, ghosts for the core mines.
Are you going to do belt nonsense, or are you going to have a train set up out there?
It's small. Well, it's big enough that belts are silly,
but small
it's
enough
small
that trains
enough
are silly.
that trains are silly as well.
Thinking of established belts are always silly. You should always use cargo wagons.
I think I'm unsure.
With the
Probably
size of this
belts.
planet and the number of drills you're putting on it, I suspect a single yellow belt from each one is going to be sufficient.
I suspect a single yellow belt looping round all of them might be enough. I don't know. We'll see.
We might need additional cryonite mines.
Yeah, I'm somewhat expecting to put
45
some
minutes.
cryonite mines on.
It'll be a notebook for the next week.
Yeah, it'd be a nice introduction to the stream. We'll talk for half an hour, and then I'll start the stream, talk for about half an hour, and then the planet will explode, or hopefully won't, because we've got defenses.
Yeah, when you defend it properly, it's a really, really boring anticlimactic thing.
Yes, you go, oh look, the blue lights come on. Sorry, spoilers, but basically that's what it boils down to.
Okay, Laurence, I'll put a blueprint in our game blueprints.
Cool. I shall have a look at it because I'm curious. I've forgotten how to open up the blueprint. The
B.
Shift B.
No, not that thing. The blueprint. The trial area. What's it called?
Shift B.
Shift B. Okay, yes, that's what I was looking. Thank you. We should have had you make it in the Forces Planetary Lab so we could all see it, but never mind.
Yeah, I did it in my own lab and thought about switching it, but.
It is called Blueprint. That looks big and complicated, so maybe that's the one. I don't see any delivery cannons in there.
No, there are no cannons. It's only capsule production.
Okay. How do I?
So
give me the blueprint.
Do I have it open?
Okay, there we go. Yep. In fact, I've just put it down in my. I put it down in my lab area.
Yeah.
That's
okay. Top left,
dense.
you need water going in,
Yep.
and then additional oil going in.
Okay.
And then you have in the middle the core fragments inputs, and I'm doing a belt weaving just for space efficiency, but we might change it later. I'm not really huge fan of belt weaving, but I did it anyway. Then the next one is we're burning pyroflux that is
yes.
we don't need for the glass. Then we have a belt of miscellaneous going out. There is no stone anymore, so you could delete it from the constant combinator. Stone isn't coming out there anymore, but the rest of the core fragment stuff might be. And then we have the glass production at the bottom.
Yep, I see the glass production. Stone bricks are to be made into the made into the stone thingies, slates for the heat shields. Yep.
And then you have the overall factory, and on the right side you have an output of capsules.
I see. Cool. Yep, looks good. I could be wrong, Gaming Master, but I'm fairly sure. Well, I strongly suspect you can't put speed modules in core miners.
Don't think you can module core miners at all.
Yeah, that was what I thought. Because it would sort of defeat the purpose, but you can't. Good. Okay, I thought so. Yeah. So no, you can't.
Well, this one here is full, as in the output belt is completely full.
Oh.
Because here, blueprints.
Blueprints on different. Should be
Oh. Who's on this planet?
I'm literally a few meters north.
I am in fact on this planet, but quite a long way away.
Actually,
Oh yeah,
I can put a roboport there and it'll just happen. Oh,
Or
you're close. Okay.
like
Mike is
literally.
clearly there. This is where Mike realizes he doesn't have any belts. I know, he did have a couple. Okay.
Always have
He only
belts.
had red ones though.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Thank you.
I wasn't hesitant. I wasn't expecting to have to go and fix something like that.
Oh, there's an actual chest that's filled up there, but the chest is quickly emptying, so that's yeah, that's now definitely sorted.
They produce core fragments quite slowly now. Less than half a yellow belt. Maybe about half a yellow belt.
Okay, no, we don't. As far as I'm aware, we don't have a marketplace system in this at all. And yeah, so this, yeah, we can put productivity modules in the fragment processing, which is going on here quite nicely. That's a nice stream of glass coming out there. That's yep, seems to be. Yep, this looks great, Mark. I shall enjoy trying to build most of that next time and going, oh my god, what else do I need? There's some inserters complaining about a lack of power though.
Oh,
At the bottom.
yeah.
And a pump complaining about lack of power in the top left as well. Although it's also not actually connected to anything, that oil pump. So I think it might have been an afterthought or an oversight. I think it's just not been removed. That's what I'm trying to say.
No.
I don't see anything that doesn't have power.
Well, in my blueprint,
you
everything has
pasted that twice, Laurence.
Have I? What? Oh.
Yeah. Oh no.
Okay, now I feel silly. That would explain why it looked quite so dense with all the sort of the bits and pieces in it. Okay, derp. Get rid of that. Okay, now it doesn't look quite so comically dense with parts, and then it also appears to not have any power problems as well, which is nice. Dope. And a couple of other things that I thought looked a little bit odd have now stopped being odd as well, so yeah, that's even better. Why are we growing? Oh, we're growing trees in order to. Oh, I see. Yes, we're making trees in order to make the the coke for the steel. Yes, I forgot that'd be a thing. Oh dear, this mod pack, my goodness. It's not it's not so much repurposing them as just packaging them up for easy delivery. Because this all runs through merrily and will produce a certain amount of ore on the overflow, and then also produce some delivery cannon capsules, and that's basically what it does. Yeah, so there's a few extra bits and pieces needed on here, like turning the rare metals into landfill, turning the and then turning all. Yes, basically.
So one of the things we're going to need to consider at some point is prioritization between planets. So assuming we have, say, an iron planet, if somehow we manage to start backing up on iron, we want that to stop providing all its stuff.
Yes, that's basically that's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, it's not difficult, but it needs
to consider. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How exactly we want to do it. I assume is either a signal that says, "Hey, send me some stuff if you're going to send me iron," or a signal. We probably want that rather.
What we'll have is we'll transmit the signal that's being passed around the entire base that says how much of each of the things we've got, and if it drops a bit below a certain amount, we'll decide.
But as long as it's still more than 0, because if it's 0, then the power's lost somewhere,
true, yeah.
or someone's cut a connection.
Or maybe we do we pass that signal out. We pass the signal out from the smeltery area, perhaps, to a transmitter through a plus 0, and then not negate it, but subtract the amount that we want to actually have it trigger by.
One
And
thing I
then-
was considering, we're obviously going to have a receiving. We're going to have multiple receiving chests, aren't we? So
Yes. Well, yeah, we'll have one for all of the ores that are coming in that will dump out into the into the core mining system, I guess.
yeah. So
As long as it doesn't fill
if
up,
we've got just the
overflow.
one, then we'll have a transmitter by that. If we look at the levels of stuff in that, and when it's low enough that it can receive another however many cannons that fire at once, we may want a couple of them next to each other to.
Yeah,
we
in that
split
case,
between
maybe
them.
we should do a chest for each resource.
There's options there, but at that point we send a transmission of, if we're low on iron, we send a signal of iron, and that means anything that's sending iron as its primary is allowed to send.
Yeah, and then
And do that for
yeah.
everything.
So, but yes, that's a good point actually. The cannons that are delivering the miscellaneous ores should basically hopefully be able to fire pretty much all the time, because we'll want, for example, we want the vulcanite cannon to be firing whenever there's a shortage of vulcanite, just whenever there's a shortage of vulcanite to wherever it's needed. So we don't want that. We don't want that one to stop because a load of iron has come in from somewhere unexpected. But I think, to be honest,
Yes. So my meaning there was the ones. So the iron from the vulcanite planet
will
be
run.
sent on the vulcanite signal, or it could be sent
Yes.
all the time. Either would be fine.
Yeah. Yeah. I think yes. I think we're basically in agreement there.
I think limiting it is possibly better based on vulcanite, because it sort of keeps things in parallel. Probably doesn't really matter.
Yeah. Okay. Well, once we've got a little bit of stuff set up, we can start thinking about that. But I think I think we're putting the possibly putting the cart before the horse a little bit there. Although it is worth thinking about, because we will run into it as an issue at some point. But yeah, at this point it is basically tomorrow, so I think I'm going to call an end to the stream because it is that time now. So thank you everyone for watching. I hope you've enjoyed the stream. Please subscribe to the channel, like the videos, follow on Twitch, subscribe on Twitch if you're feeling generous, become a member on YouTube, or perhaps if you're thinking of becoming a Twitch subscriber or a YouTube member, maybe make a donation through Ko-Fi instead, for which there's links to in various places, but if you can't find it, give me a shout, because that way I get slightly more of whatever money you happen to chuck my way, and Twitch and YouTube keep a bit less of it. So there's lots going on the channel. What's going on? So Wednesday there will be a Dyson Sphere program stream. On Thursday there will be a GTA video released. If you're not a supporter, that will be last week's video. If you are a supporter, it'll be this week's video. Hopefully I'll get that finished in time. It's nearly done, so I think I will. Then Friday, Saturday, Sunday will be the catch-up videos from the streams. And then we're back around to Monday again, when there'll be another Factorio K2SE stream. So at that point we'll start trying to implement some of these crazy core mining ideas we've been having, and see how it goes. There's also loads of other videos in the background, in the past on the channel as well, and we're playing around with. And if you come along to the Discord, especially if you're a supporter, we're playing around with all kinds of various new things on there, including we've just started a group read through of the first Mistborn novel as well, which is a little bit different from all the other stuff that goes on the channel, but it's interesting and good fun. Please check out the sponsor, that's trefoil.be. If you go to trefoil.be/LaurencePlays and use the code LaurencePlays on checkout, you will get a free month of 1 month trial on your on any server you get from them. They do hosting for games like Factorio and Minecraft and so on, which is why we're advertising here. In fact, we're using one of their servers at the moment, and yeah, it seems to run quite well, except when we go out and explore a brand new planet, at which point everything chokes. But then that's what happens when you explore a new planet. I think that's pretty much everything I need to say to you. So thank you very much for watching. I hope to see you in a future stream, and take care, and talk to you all again on Wednesday. Thanks for watching.
Bye all.
Bye,
Bye.
guys.